Alright, let's do this. Hi, hello, it's me, your boy, Jordan is a bear, and it's time for Sunday Fun Day, baby! So, on Sundays, my goal is to dig into my backlog and play games that I've either had installed on my computer or consoles for years and years and just never got around to playing. This game happens to be one of those. It's called Stories, The Path of Destinies. I believe I first saw this game at PSX, like the first PSX in San Francisco. Like, I think that's like way back in 2015, I want to say. Yeah, I just played a little demo of it. I really enjoyed it. I was like, you know, I'm gonna buy this game. I'm gonna play it when it comes out. And then it came out, and I bought it. But then the other stuff was happening, and other stuff just kept on happening, coming up, and I just never got around to playing it. And yet it's been installed on my external hard drive that used to be connected to my PS4, but now I have it on my PS5, and I still have not played the game. So I figure now is the time to do it. Let's jump into this game. I don't really remember much about it, but I did remember enjoying the demo that I played. So yeah, let's actually check out this game and see how it goes. New game.
Once upon a time, the infamous rover Reynardo flooded the floating isles. Then his mother called him to her deathbed. "Swear to me that you won't die on the gallows," she rasped. Reluctantly, he swore. And he whiled away his days at home with music, cards, and wine. But the Emperor had changed. He'd been good once, a shy, almost humble toad. He'd built universities. Then people started whispering about mass graves in the woods.
Oh, jeez.
Midnight rituals, victims screaming. The Imperial Ravens would round up entire villages, and no one ever returned. The Ravens had come to Ubar scouting for ancient books said to be of great power. But the librarians had hidden the books, so they'd burnt the librarians. The citizens, outraged, had driven them off. The Ravens had come back with dropships. The kid had fled with one of those books. He was brave and dumb and wanted to join the rebellion. And Reynardo had promised his mother he'd protect him.
Huh. That's surprisingly dark.
The kid was looking down, watching his city burn. "Sorry, kid," Reynardo told the kid. "Look, if we give them the book, they'll leave you alone." "My mother died for this book!" "I promised her I'd protect you." Oh, damn it. The kid had run off. With the book, of course. So Reynardo had to run after him.
Okay. I have to protect Peter, the rabbit. Peter Rabbit? Okay, looks like I can only attack and nothing else right now. Let's go chase after this boy. Boy.
The two ravens were staring at the kid like he was their dinner, which probably was what was in their tiny brains. "Hey," Reynardo said. They cocked their heads at him. "Pick on someone as ugly as you." Wait, that didn't come out right. "For the Emperor!" The ravens cawed and rushed at him.
Okay. Forward plus square to counter. Countering can interrupt any other action. Okay. Alright. Pretty straightforward. Alright.
A dropship flew overhead. He hoped they hadn't noticed him. The kid.
It's a fairly pretty game so far. Oh, hello. Hold square to grab, left stick to aim, and release to throw. Got it. Bye. You too.
Oh, right. The Gate of Heroes. Someone's idea of a joke, making the Skyship Docks a gated community. You needed a hero's sword to open it. And the kid was on the other side of the gate.
How'd he get there?
Let you through. Promise me you'll take the book to the rebels. Or I'm gonna steal your ship. I'm not taking that damn book anywhere. And neither are you. Try and stop me, laughed the kid. I bet you don't even have a hero sword. And with that, the kid hopped away. Had to hand it to the kid. He was an idiot, but he had guts.
What an idiot.
Where was Renato going to
He's
get a
got
hero
guts.
sword?
Wrong sword. Okay. Gotta get me a hero sword, apparently.
Ore and wind essence? That sounds about right. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, there's crafting involved. This is the sword crafting menu. Here, you can craft and upgrade powerful magic swords. Gather the required materials from the chests scattered throughout Boreas. Okay. Select the sword's current level and special power. Current level not crafted yet. Collect the required materials to craft the sword. Select the sword's special power at the next level. Level 1. Look badass. The resources needed to upgrade the selected sword. Ore. Okay, so I got all that. Now you have enough resources.
Hero sword.
Boom.
QED.
Yay, I have a hero sword. Ooh, so next level up means I could also allows to heal oneself. Cool. And I eventually also get gems, apparently. I got a thick boy sword, a thick sword, 2 C's.
This is what he got for settling down and finding people to care about. The kid's mum had been a swell cook, and she'd laughed at Renato's jokes, even when he didn't know he'd made one. And then the ravens had come to burn her, and she'd made him promise to protect the kid. But she never told him where the book was, just the kid.
Okay. What are the qualifications of a hero sword? Is my question. Like, I just found wind essence and some ore. Like, yep, this will make a hero sword. Like, what?
He came up to a ledge. It was too far to jump.
This is just that it's
There'd been a
crafted.
bridge here before, hadn't there? And there was Peter, giggling at him. How'd you get across? He asked the kid. Where'd you find a hook? I hopped, said the kid. Wise-ass kid. Hey, look out behind you,
Do I get like a hook shot or something?
said Renato. Ah, ravens.
How do you see these guys?
It was time to talk some sense into the kid. Just hook his way across the ledge and chase the kid down. Thing was, he hadn't used his hook since he'd retired. How would he do
Use the
it?
altar to learn new skills.
Maybe if he meditated at that altar there, he'd remember his old skills.
Each time you gain a level, you also gain a skill point. Spend your skill points at the altars scattered throughout Boreas to gain new powerful abilities or upgrade existing ones. There are 4 tiers of skills. The more truths you discover, the more tiers you unlock. Okay, here you can find the description of each skill and its unlocked requirements. Use the hookshot to navigate. Oh, so I do just get a hookshot. You have a skill point to spend. Go and buy the hookshot skill. Alright.
It was starting to come back to him.
Posts can be hooked
Something
in order
you
to
never
cross gaps.
completely forgot.
To hook
like
posts,
how to
eligible
freeze
enemies
time
towards
when
you.
attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Supernatural dash. Okay, cool. Whee! Look at me, I'm Scorpion, I'm Scorpion, I'm Scorpion. I guess, well, right now I'm just laying,
There was
using
the
the hook shot.
Farfarer.
I'm not pulling
She
enemies
was the
towards me yet.
fastest ship he'd ever known. She could do the Kessel run in 12 furlongs. Well, so the salesman had told him.
Eh,
And something told him the kid was about to walk into an ambush. Stop! He shouted. I'm not giving you the book! Shouted the kid, and took off. No! Peter!
Let me
The kid
save
ran for it,
you.
and a goblin nailed him with its eyeball.
So is he dead? Oh, you just hide. Because I don't want to get shot by that. Can I kill it? Oh, cool. Just chop it in half like
The
that.
book was unburned. Next to it were the buckles from the kid's shoes and a kid-sized pile of ashes.
Jesus.
Damn it. Why hadn't he lied and told the kid he'd take the book to the rebels? The kid would be alive now. Really pissed off and betrayed, but alive. Oh, damn it. Renato picked up the book. He couldn't let the Empire have it now. He was going to have to get it out of there. He'd be a wanted man. Probably have to join the rebellion just to have a place to dock. Well, he'd hated home life anyway.
Yeah, that was... Again, this is all unexpectedly dark. like this kid just got vaporized, like right in front of me. Anything cool in these boxes?
What was the big deal about this book anyway? Maybe he should open it and find out. All that had been years ago. How many? The war was a blur, and now 3 Raven scout ships were chasing him. Where are you running, rebel? Cawed the Raven captain over the loud hailer. Renato could see them cranking up their catapults. Just going out for milk? Renato yelled back. Where can you run? Laughed the Raven horribly. Far behind him, another city was burning. The dark cloud above its island was thousands of Imperial ships. The fleet was doing a thorough job. Take us to the rebel base! I will spare your life! It cawed. The entire jury-rigged rebel fleet was only a few islands to the east. Beyond that were only the pillars of heaven. A sea of endless blood-colored tornadoes.
Oh God.
The rebellion was out of time. Unless Renato could bring a game changer. Maybe he could. Renato had found out where he could find the pieces of the Sky Ripper, the legendary weapon that had exiled the lost gods. Surely a legendary weapon could win the final battle. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino had sent Renato a desperate message saying he had a brilliant scheme to save the rebellion. If Renato could only rescue him. Renato dived the Farfarer towards the abyss. As he felt the heat of the jet stream, the Raven ships peeled off, not stable enough to follow him down there. Now it was time to choose. Lapino or the Sky Ripper?
Okay, yes. Now, I do remember this gimmick, where you make various choices throughout the game, and that gives you branching storylines, which is why it's called the Path of Destinies. So it's all about just making different choices and whatnot. So in order to see everything in the game, you have to make different choices throughout the game. Since the first playthrough, I don't know what's the best route to do. But to me, it makes more sense to help a friend than chase after something that might not exist. Granted, this is a video game, and legendary weapon most likely exists, but someone needs help, so I must rescue them. You can't make new old friends. The rebellion was out of time, and Reynardo needed a game changer. Even though Lapino wasn't what anyone would consider a game changer, he could come up with some harebrained schemes. Maybe rescuing him was worth it. This is what I'm doing.
Ah, Lapino. Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy.
Dun,
If
dun,
the fleet
dun.
reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Lupino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the ravens? If I craft a sword now, it's gonna be really short.
Okay, got me some ore and some water essence. Oh, so I can make multiple swords. Gotcha. Cool. I can make a spicy sword. I must create the spicy sword. And then there's also Winter Thorn. While attacking, freeze the enemy, cost energy. Set enemy. I guess I'd like to set all the enemies on fire. What is this? Increase movement and attack speed, cost energy. Okay. Well, oh, it's just called the Hero Sword. Okay, so the Hero Sword will eventually let me heal myself, whereas Firestorm will set dudes on fire, which is what I want. These are all cool looking swords though. Increase movement and attack speed. So, freeze, burn, move faster, and then heal myself. Cool. Gems. Gem socketing. This is the gem socketing menu. Here you can equip powerful gems that will augment both your offensive and defensive capabilities. Your gauntlet has 3 pockets into which you can put gems. Select one of the sockets to see your gems. Each gem has 3 levels, and its effect increases with each level. Picking up a gem you already have will automatically upgrade the gem's level. You can find gems in the chest scattered throughout Boreas, if you're lucky enough. Cool. So I have no gems currently. Alright, gem system, upgrade my stats. Gotcha. Or augment my stats, I should say. Alright.
There was a sign. Take the goat across first.
Take the goat across first.
The ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals. Renato hoped the people were just hiding. Renato's blood was up. He just needed to smash something.
That's kind of a weird platform, right? It takes you over so many things. And that just feels weird for this small town. Altar for leveling up. This door requires a hero sword, which I have. Okay, but let's not go that way yet. Oh, see? Yes, fire essence. Give me all the fire essence. Oh, that's a nice little... Got it. Is that Lupino's? Is all of Lupino's stuff? It looks like I only have one path to take anyway. Get over here! I think it looks cool. You know, he runs holding the sword drag on the ground.
Everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast.
Darn it, I wanted to go
snack.
back.
Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
I was hoping I could just go back, you know, upgrade, get that new that dash ability. I really enjoy dashing abilities in third-person action games. Okay. I'm gonna take the scenic route and look at the windmills. Ooh. Ah, windmills. Oh, good. There's another altar.
Renato felt like he was ready to learn new things. Thank goodness he didn't have to go to school for that. It was starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot.
So there's already the
How
dash
to freeze
gauge.
time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Okay. This is the second time they've mentioned the freezing time while attacking thing. So I assume that's going to be something that happens later. And yeah, there's already the dashing bars at the bottom of the screen. Weird that it was just already there. Combo. Perfect strike. Attack immediately when the previous attack hits to land a perfect strike. Bonus damage and double combo bonus. Cool. Oh, here it is. Defensive reflexes. Slow down time after a successful counter until your next action. Take a breather and plan your next move. Aggressive defense. Countering an attack now causes damage. Cool. Increases your maximum health. Run faster. Stamina. More health. More sword energy. Even more sword energy. More grab damage. Getting stronger. Kick and throw distance are increased. Storm recovery. Attack reflexes. Time mastery. True sword fu. Attack enemies at any distance auto activates and reaches a certain combo threshold. Huh. Dash to enemies through shields. Stunning dash. Shield hooking. Hookshot damage. Okay.
Can't we just agree to disagree? Said Renato. No?
Dang it. I got hit once though. That could have been way better. Okay, holding down the button and I'll just dash automatically.
Run down his back. Or possibly a flea.
Another altar. Ooh, I need a void sword. Right? Yep. I wonder if do I get it for free or am I just get all the stuff I need to create that sword now?
Renato wondered if he could learn to cook this way. Probably not.
Okay, what can I level up now? Combo? Guess I'm just gonna go down the line. So I press the button right when the attack hits to do more damage.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lapino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter. That would be worth it. On the other hand,
yes.
He could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
Okay, I feel like obviously I should just go and kidnap the the warrior daughter, right? Because again, legendary weapon, cool, but this sounds like more, you know,
Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's
a more
daughter,
fun
of
thing to do.
course. She'd been Renado's best friend in Sword Fu school. And you're still mad for her. The rabbit reminded him. They'd been close. She'd told him things no one else knew. But she never told him who she really was. She knows all the Emperor's plans, chuckled the Master Spy. She won't give them up easily. She'll tell the interrogators, all right, said Lapino. Taking her would change the game, all right.
Okay, guess we're gonna go capture a princess. Or kidnap.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Yeah, this is definitely a game that's meant for you to play, replay a few times. Which, I'm cool with that. Still a weird thing at the beginning though, with the whole kid and the, you know, him getting vaporized. So just a really weird way to open the game. Like, hey, here's a character that you
Hero Wall, Hero Sword,
Ice Wall, Ice Cube. Oh, hello. Yeah, combat is a bit simplistic. Yay, ore! Delicious ore! Maybe to upgrade my weapon someday. Or to create a new weapon. Just give me all the fire essence, please. I'd like to make a spicy sword. Okay. Kill you.
Hey, how do you tell if someone's far away or just really small?
What? Alright. Wait for him to pass. Chop him in half. Did I just get shot? Okay, yes I did. You just shot instantly. What? How's Lapino already over here? I had to fire all those dudes and he could just walk past?
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lapino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lapino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato.
Go for Lapino's geese net, fire, toad, watermelon plan? Not the time for harebrained schemes. No, I want to see this.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I want to see how this goes.
As he ran to go set up his marvelous plan.
Workbench. Can I make anything new? I have the wind essence to level up this sword, but not enough ore. Yep, I'm definitely gonna be ending up just leveling up the hero sword. Giving myself the ability to heal myself, which is nice. Ooh, yay, ore.
He wasn't that good. Yet.
Okay. And yes, that's the game itself stuttering. Yeah, the game itself is stuttering, like, as I'm fighting. Yummy food.
Renato felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Peppino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped, and Renato jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat. Renato, she said, are those new scars? They look good on you. You never returned my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Ah, what does an imperial princess know about style? Oh, get a room, you two, said Latino. But the fleet was coming on fast, so they put Zenobia on the Farfarer and took her east over the Nexus.
delicious dropped frames.
From his life, without even saying goodbye. Without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter. Ah, Lapina was right, Renato thought reluctantly. She knows things. She recognized his look. You're taking me to the interrogators, aren't you? She said, wide-eyed. And then she jumped, with horror. Renato saw Zenobia plummeting. Then he saw the Nexus below them. Cats always land on their feet. Ah, she'll head for the Imperial outpost, yelled Lapino. You have to catch her.
Okay. I feel like the story of this game is moving very quickly.
Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer. If he ran, he could head her off before she reached her minions at the outpost. Well, he did love a good chase.
Alright, nothing to level up. Oh yeah, one of these weird
Don't
platforms.
Look down, he told himself. Don't look down.
I like how just like nothing of this world has been explained. Yes, this story is on hyperspeed. Like things are just happening, I'm just going along with it. Though I do have to say though, so far, like the combat and everything is what I remember from the demo I played back in 2015. So that's nice. And this is more fun than this is more fun than I hoped it would be. So that's a plus. Because again, I've had this game in my library for like since 2015. I just haven't played it. So far, not a bad experience.
Who needed bridges anyway?
Also, I have no idea if I'm going the right way because there's two paths I could have taken. Okay, cool. Here's a door for a hero sword. I feel like I should go back, but I'm already here. What the heck is that? Avoid the Warlock's fire spell. It'll damage everyone in the area once it explodes. Got it. It's kind of funny because the upgrade for the perfect strikes is literally like dropping the frame rate of this game. Like the frame rate didn't drop like that until I got the perfect strike upgrade. So now it's whenever I do a perfect strike, it freeze frames for for a little bit. And makes combat more choppy somehow. Okay, apparently there's teleporters too. That.
He was closing on her. He could smell her fear. He tried not to think about the interrogators at the secret base. What did they do to her? Maybe it didn't have to end that way.
Can I go back? No?
Maybe he could talk to her. But after all, there were worse things the Imperials had done to friends of his.
Yeah, the parry window is ridiculous.
It did not matter how outnumbered the rebellion was. The secret Zenobia held could level the playing field. Code,
But you know what?
passwords. She could wreak havoc with just a few whispers to a far speaker.
What's a far speaker? Also, there's a lot of aspects of this world that just aren't explained so far. But yeah, like the parry window is huge, but I really do like games that have parries and dodges and stuff.
Enough, thought Renato.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have to stop here then. Can I just grapple onto this chest and swing on over? Ugh. Okay. Did I get any gems? Did I get any gems? I did not get any gems. Let's see. I need one more ore to upgrade this sword. Nowhere near making. Oh. Nope. Making the fire sword. Don't care. I want a spicy sword. I need one more ore, and I'm gonna make a spicy sword. It's gonna be great. You, get over here. See, every perfect strike freezes the screen. Ouch. Ouch. I'm like so focused on like looking at the screen freeze, I'm just letting myself get hit. Okay.
Bernardo reached the outpost. The Imperials there were no match for him. Soon after, Zenobia limped up the path. When she realized he was already in front of her, she didn't even try to run. Oh, you left without saying goodbye. Again, he said, please. I'm enjoying this a little too much, she said, shaken. Oh, spare us the chit-chat, would you? Said Lapino as he shackled her hands so she couldn't throw spells. She knows all his plans, all the way back to the Farfarer.
Huh.
Lapino nagged Renato about how the interrogators would pry all the intel out of Zenobia. How that would turn the tides in the imminent battle. All they had to do was take her to the rebels' secret base. Renato didn't like to think about what the interrogators would do to her. Couldn't he just talk to her?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that one. Again, take her to the rebel base and win the war. No, I'm just gonna talk to her because that seems like the nicer thing to do. Like,
as they pulled away from the Nexus, Renato could see the fear in Zenobia's eyes. I can't take her to those creatures at the base, he whispered to Lapino. Ah, you've gone soft. Soft in the head. We captured her for what she knows. I'll take her to the mountains. Tell all the horrible things the Emperor's done. Yeah, believe me, she'll turn. And he turned the wheel. The hell you will! Shouted Lapino, and he grabbed the wheel back from him. The two of them wrestled for control of the ship. It shot off like a mad sparrow. Suddenly, Renato was falling.
yeah, and I like that a lot of these things happen in these story
When he came to,
scenes.
Zenobia was standing over him. Why didn't you take me to the base to be interrogated? She demanded. Do you know what's left of people they interrogate? This is some trick, isn't it? To make me fall for you again. Well, I won't. Oh, go on then. Scurry back to your ravens. I can't stop you. But strangely, she didn't. As Renato set off to find the Farfarer, she followed him, keeping just out of sight of the ravens.
Can I talk to her? No, I just run right through her. All right.
I need more materials, thought Renato.
Dang it. One more ore. One more ore. That can make a spicy sword. And all will be right with the world. No, before I even started playing this game, I did not know there was a spicy sword. And now that there is, my enjoyment of this game has increased tenfold. Give me an ore, dang it. Cool. Also weird that there's no music right now.
That is how we do it.
Don't know if that's
said
by
Renato to himself.
Don't know if that's by design or is that some kind of technical hiccup. All right, time to make a spicy sword. Go back here. Go here. Swords. Yes. Hold R2 to activate magic swords. Swords consume energy while activated. Use the left and right buttons to switch swords. Got it. Cool. Oh yeah. I got a spicy sword. I got a spicy sword.
Don't look down, he thought.
Okay, there wasn't any other paths back this way, right? Oh, cool. And now my dash is now all spicy as well. Okay, yeah. Look at those particle effects. They're like, we need to show off the power of the PS4 and have these particle effects. And they put it right there in the dash. Ooh.
That hurt.
Whoops. I did not dodge in time. You have died. I was curious to see what was going to happen if you... Oh, it's okay. We just continue like nothing happened. Got it. Let's heal you. Now set you on fire.
Wish that somebody had been watching.
Now I need to find out how to... Oh. Okay. So I get sword energy back from pickups on the ground. Like the Wampa fruits I've been eating for health. Yay, more ore. Also, the inclusion of life bars on the enemies kind of seems pointless.
If they didn't want their things broken, they really ought to make them stronger.
Okay, so any of my swords work on those doors now, but I specifically need the ice sword for that one. Oof. I thought I broke the game just then.
Oh, they really ought to put a railing on this thing, he thought.
Is it a teleporter? Apparently not. Okay, another chest. More ore. Thank you very much. There we go. Who optimized this game? Nobody.
As Renato stopped to sniff the wind, Zenobia came up, still mad. Did you really think you'd just talk me into betraying my father? Oh yeah, sure, that was exactly my plan. Then why aren't you even talking to me? Because I've never talked you into anything in my life. They're gonna court-martial you for letting me go. He caught a whiff of the Farfarer. Wet rope, tar, and a cask of Scobel ale he'd spilt last year. It was that way.
They're gonna court-martial me? I like how she doesn't follow you until specific moments, so they don't have to keep animating her following you. I will say this game has some good-looking level design, but
Renado's paws were getting numb. Calaveras really didn't want company, did he?
I don't understand these platforms, because look at all these things I'm just flying past.
Renado wondered if he should have taken Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secrets, he was regretting his suspicion.
It's okay, because on the next playthrough, we will take her to get tortured. It's just that torture is never my go-to choice. Yeah, the art style is cool, but I wish they'd explain. Yes, I really wish they'd take a bit more time explaining some things.
Sure enough, the Farfarer had crashed in some rocks. There's no sign of Lupino. Zenobia caught up. All that kid stuff in Swordfu School. Look, that's the past. We're adults now.
This is the third time they've showed this picture.
We have destinies. What are you talking about? And you are the most arrogant, slow-witted, light-fingered, mercenary,
And she's falling in love with him.
Reckless. Run away with me, said Renado, and he realized he meant it.
What is happening?
Just like that, she demanded. I will, if you will. So she kissed him. And it was the best kiss he'd
What is
ever had.
happening?
They held hands as they boarded the Farfarer. Renado felt light-hearted, like the winds that were playing the rigging like a balalaika. But Lupino...
A balalaika?
Lupino, he said, suddenly realizing he could have been captured. A prisoner. He's not. How'd you know? He saw something in her eyes he didn't understand. He fell, didn't he? Into the abyss. She looked away. Wouldn't answer. But then a bolt smashed through the Farfarer's keel. The broken ship plummeted out of the clouds.
What?
Renado picked himself off the deck. They were alive. We have to get to my private ship, she said. Do you trust me? I guess I must, he said. You go on ahead. Clear the path, she said. I can't kill my own soldiers. He wanted to say that he didn't trust her, that he had no idea what he was getting into. But he had no choice, did he? He was following his heart. That's what it means to be a hero. You had to follow your heart.
Okay, hang on. Before we continue, let me get this straight. The game starts off with Bernardo talking to his mom, and her mom on her deathbed. Her mom's like, "Don't be a warrior. Don't be a hero. It'll only get you killed." And he's like, "All right, bet. I won't do that." So he lived his life, just drinking wine and partying, having a good time. Then a war broke out because the once good emperor just sudden heel turn, became evil, and started doing some terrible things and started a war. And then suddenly Bernardo's just like, "Well, I guess I'm a hero now." And now we're in the game. And there's a kid who had a book, and the kid got vaporized. I grabbed the book, and I was like, darn, I wish I could have saved him. We flew off, and now this is 3 years later. There's so many things happening. But just like Bullet points, bullet points. All right, get to the next thing. Get to the next thing. So many things happen, and it's only it's been an hour, and so many things happened, mostly off screen. At some point, Reynardo went to Sword Fu school during the time when his mom told him not to be a hero, but he still went to Sword Fu school. And the Emperor is a giant frog, and yet his daughter is a cat. There's like some Mr. Krabs stuff happening here.
He shouldn't get impatient. He needed to take the time to figure out what all his experience had brought him.
Oh right, I need more truths before I can unlock other things. So I'm just going to slow down. Oh, I guess I'll do this. Why not? You know what, Shane? Probably. It's probably around like 3 hours long because again, I believe the emphasis is supposed to be on, oh yeah, multiple replays. You know, you can see different parts of the story.
I wondered if his future self had
I
commissioned
totally
these
took a
books.
guess right there and got the hook shot. I didn't know there's a thing to connect. Yay, more ore. Yeah, but yeah, we're going like going through this story at warp speed apparently.
Where did that go to?
Ouch, ouch. Oh, I was stun locked. I couldn't move at all. All right, let me. Oh. Did I level up at all a second time? Or did I just have a free skill point? Or did I just not use the skill point from... it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna roll with the punches. You know what? I have a skill point there. I'm just gonna use it and not question it. Okay. Okay, when there's two dudes attacking, there's no way for me to stop them both. Look at, yep, there's no way to stop it. And I level up again. All right, let me go back to the altar. Countering an attack now causes damage. I could level this up some more, just get more health. Or run faster. I'll do health first.
He missed his old skills. He welcomed them back like he was at a reunion.
You know, also, if this game is only like 3 hours long, that's perfect. Again, you know, the whole idea behind these Sunday streams is to tear through my backlog. You know, that means playing all these different games. If I beat them, then cool. I could remove them from my backlog. If I play a game and I don't like it, also go remove from the backlog because there's no reason to play a game I don't like. It's kind of like with Biomutant,
There
how
were
I
stickers all over the
played that
platform for
like the
really
first
hot
5
places.
hours, and I just did not like the game at all.
Addresses and everything.
Oh, I picked the right way to get to a chest. Cool. Like before I, like this morning, I was thinking about it. It was gonna be either this game or Mighty Number 9. Now I already know that Mighty Number 9 didn't get the best
Smashing things was
reviews,
Fun.
but at the same time, you know, I really enjoy Mega Man style games. So maybe if this game is only like 3 hours long, then we'll jump into Mighty Number 9 next week. Am I supposed to light? Was that supposed to be a puzzle? I just run over... What? Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh no, this teleporter's not working. I better walk over this, these lanterns and light them up by stepping on them. Alright. I need the void sword to use that to open that door. Okay, now I'm back here. Can't use that. Ooh, I almost got stun locked to death again. Ouch. Oh.
Should have done a barrel roll, he thought, as he died.
Okay, I don't really have any crowd control options, so I have to for sure get rid of that guy first. Ouch. I enjoyed the fact that when you go for the parry, you just dash across the entire screen and then hit the enemy.
Renato felt a little better.
Okay. Now I step on this thing and it... Oh, cool. There's actually a direct path for once. Now I just have to walk over these things to light them on fire, right? So apparently, yes. I don't understand. Ouch. Oof, I'm gonna die. And somehow I didn't. Not even gonna question it. I somehow pulled that off. Okay, all those are lit up, so I guess on to the next place. Oh god, really?
They paused to catch their breath. It was strange to be so close to her. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm trying very hard not to think. Me too, he said. Up ahead, he could see the thin silver of Zenobia's personal ship. It looked fast. They would leave all this behind.
Let me open this chest first. Yay, more ore and water essence. Am I supposed to like just grapple over to one of these ships that are passing by? The answer is yes. Okay. Yay, leveled
When you
up.
needed one.
What is... Okay. Okay.
Renato told the corpses. It was something he'd
All right.
seen in a play once.
The combat is basically a more stilted version of like Batman Arkham's, you know, through flow combat. So that's nice, I guess. It's at least like not a brain dead
Good thing Renato didn't
combat
have
system.
vertigo.
A new enemy type. Shield grunts will block your attacks. Grab and throw another grunt into him, and his shield will be knocked away. I totally forgot that I can grab people. Oh god, the camera. Oh god. Yeah, double kill. Yeah, you guys can just stand there and let me kill you. That's cool too. Huh, alright.
As they reached her ship, Renato suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He was surprised to see a crossbow bolt sticking out of it.
I was going to lead the Empire to our secret base, said Lapino. But no, you had to screw up my plan because you still got a thing for her.
Oh, Lapino's evil.
Renato stared at Zenobia. The kiss. Was it real? She said, with a look of indescribable sorrow. She gestured and said an arcane word, and Lapino went flying into the abyss, screaming, "I'm telling your father!" Then she knelt down to cradle his head, and her paws felt very soft and warm. Okay, that was weird. He could have sworn he just died. Instead, he was on the Farfarer, sailing away from Ubar. And it was still burning. He'd fled burning Ubar years ago, hadn't he? And now he was back there. Had all those years fighting the Empire been nothing but a vision into the future? A useful vision if it was true. He'd learned something. Lapino was a traitor. Renato had suspected there was something wrong with the Mad Rabbit. But now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness.
Okay, so I beat the game once, apparently, and found out Lapino is a traitor. New truth revealed, Lapino is a traitor. Reward, tier 2 skills unlocked. Okay. New location unlocked, Desert Temple. Okay. Story 5 was Don't Think Twice. That wasn't even the first story. Alright. Interesting.
He'd made bad choices. But now, when the real battle came, he wouldn't make those choices. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The book's pages began to flip backwards, towards the beginning. And he realized that his adventure was just beginning. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble.
Okay.
Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Or so a scholar in the mountains had told him. Surely the weapon that banished the lost gods could defeat the Emperor. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Sky Ripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Yes. Yes, I can. Okay. So the first story we went through was just save Lapino, follow his plan, do all those things. So let's actually look after the Sky Ripper this time. Maybe get a cool new sword out of it? Who knows?
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces. What could have brought them to light? This Emperor, Isengrim III, had once been kind, but he'd gone mad. And now he was conducting secret, obscene rituals to bring back the lost gods. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the earth? It was more than Reynardo could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it.
Okay, so
As he set foot on the island,
back to
Reynardo
chapter
couldn't
1.
help feeling a bit curious. Was Lapino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did ravens drink champagne? Did rabbits? Reynardo felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? Reynardo never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Yes, we're gonna stick with it. We're gonna get this. We're gonna follow the Sky Ripper story.
I wonder what I could make with all these sword crafting materials, thought Reynardo.
I'm actually close to being able to make the Void Sword now. So yeah, gotta play through the game. Looks like a minimum of 5 times, 4 times to get all the truths, and then the 5th time to get the real ending, it seems. So that's interesting. Let's see. So the first time through took an hour. So that kind of stands to reason that you could probably beat this game in like around 5-ish hours. Ooh, can I actually make the sword now?
A crafting bench. Reynardo wondered what he could make with it.
Oh, I can upgrade this sword. Ooh, I can almost upgrade my spicy sword. But no, I should wait and create other swords before I upgrade swords, I think. So I mean, so far, combat hasn't really been much of a challenge, so I just want to get all the swords, and I don't really need to, you know, worry about... Oh, I'm gonna go this way.
Hoped his hook didn't break.
Yes. I'm just gonna assume it'll be better to just, you know, get all the swords before I upgrade other swords. I mean, especially if I'm playing through this game multiple times, might as well. With more swords, I could open more doors. Wait for this thing to die. Okay.
Reynardo hated gogglers, but it freaked him out to cut them.
It freaked him out to cut them? But why? They look so delicious on the inside. Like cartoon steaks. Oh, that's a wall in front of me. Shoot. Oh.
The
All right.
people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the lost gods, thousands of thousands had died. But Reynardo had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one.
Oh, sweet. Shield hooking. Hooking a shield-wielding enemy will rip away the shield, leaving him vulnerable. Dash to enemies. Target an enemy with dash to move through him and cause damage. Does not work on shield-wielding enemies. This true sword fu attack enemies at any distance. Activates when reaching a certain combo threshold. From any distance? Attack reflexes. Slow down time after successful attack until your next action. Tactical mode of combat like a true... Wait. Tactical mode of combat like a true master. What? Wait, hang on. Slow down time after a successful attack until your next action. Tactical mode of combat like a true master. I feel like they worded that wrong. It's a weird way to say that. Grab damage. Impale your enemy. Oh god! Impale your enemy on your sword when you grab them to cause damage. That's metal. Jesus. Do I want more movement speed though? I kind of want this attack reflexes though. I'm gonna do attack reflexes first, then do speed, because I'm gonna level up soon.
That could come in handy in a pinch.
Okay. Okay, and there we go. There's a level up.
He wondered what he'd remember
dang it.
next.
The whole conceit with, oh yeah, Bernardo kind of forgot about his abilities, but you know, as he fought more, he remembered more things. It's kind of contrived, but yeah, whatever. Yes, yeah, Steph. We remember. Yeah, we played this game back at PSX in 2015, and the game came out, and I bought it, and I just never played it. So now I'm actually playing the game. So yes, see, I have a witness. Steph was there when we previewed this game. Like so far, like, it is cool, you know, starting to learn more things as we're going through. Yes, we did talk to the devs about this game as well. The truth behind the Sky Ripper is shrouded in a thick fog. The most believable tale is that the Transcendent Emperor has used the Sky Ripper to banish Iblis. Then the TE buried the weapon and vanished. Was it a self-imposed exile to rid the world of its last divine presence, or was it the price to pay for using such a tremendous power? Could the Sky Ripper and Iblis have a deeper connection than just the weapon and its victim? Steph, did I write an article on this game? I don't remember.
Or convince it he was a friend.
Okay, still gotta get the ice sword so I can open ice doors. And I need the void sword to open void doors. For now, I must avoid those void doors. Okay, all those things are dead. Actually, I want to say we didn't actually interview the devs. We just like talked to them for a little bit, like both before playing the game and then afterwards. Oh no, we did have an appointment for it. Yeah.
You blinked.
Yeah, I think we actually had an appointment with the devs to see this game. Back in the days when I used to write about video games. Which I would like to do again at some point. If I can, you know, find the motivation to do so. Cool. It's a very long slow-mo thing right there, but alright. Okay.
puzzle. Renardo loved puzzles.
I love
Except he couldn't
puzzles.
figure them out. On the other hand, if there was a puzzle, it was probably meant to keep people away from something good.
Let me check over here first. Aha! Flame door. I can open that one. Nope. Ouch. Okay. Sweet. Another chest. Ooh, so many
Sweet.
energy on
Gem.
kill.
All he needed now was a workbench, and he could slot it into his gauntlet.
All right. Gems are rare items that boost your capabilities. Find a workbench to use your new gem.
That had been his mistake before. Trusting his old friend Lapino, who had been through so many battles with him and shared so many heartaches, who he'd rescued so many times.
What was up with that guy anyway?
It is weird that Lapino had a heel turn. But oh well. Also, I solved that puzzle and I ran away from it. Like,
See? That wasn't so hard.
oh, okay. I'm back to where the puzzle was, and yes, it's already solved. Yeah. Okay. Yes, alter. Give me more running speed. Use some extra stuff. Okay. Oh, we're going so fast now.
There it was. Skyripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Skyripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
For some inexplicable reason, Bernardo chose Zenobia. No, I'm going for the Skyripper, obviously.
It was a no-brainer. He'd sacrificed his old friend Lapino to get the armature. And the armature was useless by itself, only a series of coils and wheels. War demanded sacrifices, and he would make more before the end. He would have to choose the greatest good no matter how much it cost him. Zenobia. Well, he would see her sooner or later, across a battlefield or a sword's point before all this was over. He was sure of that. The power was in the core. Obviously, he had to get the core.
Also, you can't make me feel guilty about Lapino game. We already know he's
He
a
looked up at the
traitor.
old trees around him. They were so big and so old. They'd been there before he was born, and they'd be there after he'd passed into legend. Was he confronting his own unimportance? What had got into him? He was no philosopher. Anyway, who cares? He was plenty important. He was a hero, and soon he'd prove it.
This is getting weirdly existential. Now, there isn't a workbench around here, right? Of course there's not a workbench around here. Okay. At least now I understand, yeah, you know, you're supposed to get through the game quickly because you have to play through it multiple times and make different choices. So now that I know that, it has also increased my enjoyment of this game. Not that I wasn't enjoying it before, but now that I have a better idea of, like, you know, what's going on. Ooh, I could jump down this well. This glowing well. Ooh, there's a chest here. I almost missed it. Okay. Ooh, I need one more wind essence so I can make it before I can make the void sword. And down we go. Whee! That doesn't make sense, but okay. I jumped down a well and I'm in an open air area still. Yay, more ore and wind
Renato
essence.
loves to improve his gear.
Okay, now I have enough to make the void sword. Just gotta find a workbench.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Like a volcano? More ore and wind essence. And this round I'm gonna be able to make the void sword and upgrade my hero sword. Okay. All right. Almost in
There
level
were
up again.
fewer and fewer trees. There were only these huge crystalline growths. Had those
Growths?
been here before? He no longer heard birds except for the feverish cawing of the ravens when they attacked. He couldn't smell the small animals of the forest, the mice and rabbits. Where had they gone? And he was getting hungry too.
Oh,
This
no.
was an unhealthy place to be.
Everything seems wrong with this area. I level up again. What if I wanted to? Slow down your. Oh right, I wanted to do this instead of attack reflexes, but that's okay. So yeah, we'll do true sword food next.
That had gone rather well,
Okay,
actually.
level up. Yeah, and of course it's blocked off. Because that's what this game does to me. Lets me level up and then block off the altar so I can't just get a new skill. Oh, I'm done? Alright.
The 20-sided core made him feel physically sick.
The D20?
Once he had sneaked into a temple of the dark arts, and he hadn't liked what he smelt and saw there. This felt like that. As quick as he could, he wrangled the icosahedron into the armature. The wheels
Icosahedron?
began to spin, then glow. The sick feeling quickly spun away. Now he only felt sad. He had lost good friends for this war apparatus. Maybe Lapino wasn't such a good friend. That made him feel better. He carried his prize back to the Farfarer.
Interesting.
Now he had to make his next move. There was a key Imperial outpost on the Nexus. If this really was some sort of super weapon, he could use it to wreak havoc on the enemy. And if it wasn't, well, better to know that before the final battle.
True.
But maybe he should show it to some scientists first. There was an observatory on the Nexus. Maybe he should go there before he fired it.
Let's do that. Because I feel like just running in, trying to use the thing, not knowing what could happen, probably lead to death. So let's go take the scientists first.
Well, of course. If you've just assembled a weapon out of legend that can exile gods from the world, you'd want to have a scientist or two look at it. And even if they disagreed and he had time, you could ask Calaveras himself. Yes, the observatory would be his objective.
I'll admit, I was feeling kind of lukewarm on this game through that first hour, but now
Why had the parts of the Sky Ripper only surfaced now, thousands of years after the Transcendent Emperor had dismantled it? The mad Emperor Isengrim had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Was that why these ancient artifacts were rising out of the ground? How perfect, then, that the Sky Ripper would reappear to be his destruction.
yeah, lukewarm before, but now, yeah, I'm starting to be more intrigued as the story is like opening up more with like more narrative
It
threads
wasn't his fault.
being
They looked
unlocked.
so breakable.
Okay. Just cleaving through these dudes now.
That ought to be enough for a proper sword, he thought.
Soon, void doors, soon. I will open you. Okay, we're going to do this one. So I can start attacking dudes at any distance. Still need a workbench though. Still need a workbench.
Could be the new aerobics craze. Am I
Okay.
right?
As soon as I got to the 30 though, everyone's dead already. I don't get to see what attacking from
A
anywhere looks like.
legendary weapon was exactly what the rebellion needed. They were outnumbered. The once kind emperor had become a tyrant. But his ravens stayed loyal, for he fed them his victims, and the other animals were too frightened to rebel. Renato shuddered at what the emperor was trying to do. To bring back the lost gods, the Black Harvest, the Black Sun? No. He would stop that toad, no matter what the risk.
Again, more like interesting ideas they're bringing up, but like, there's
What else could you
not a
hope?
lot of context to anything. Okay. Yay, health. I can't go back over there. So weird platform that takes me over a whole bunch of things. And I can't hookshot while I'm on one of these, or even attack. Okay.
The Nexus Observatory had the Empire's most renowned scientists, working by themselves without interference. At least,
A
so
workbench.
far.
Finally. Alright. So, I can upgrade that. Oh, I can make all the swords now. Okay. I wanted to say I should make... Yeah, I'm gonna make the Void
From the
Blade
mystical
first.
east could make time itself slow for you.
Yep. I am okay with that. Then, of course, next is the Water Sword. Then we start upgrading. Gems. Energy on kill. Killing enemies gives you 3% sword energy back. Awesome. I did equip that, right? Yes, I did. Alright. Yay, Void Sword. Okay, now...
This was much
Void
easier than
doors.
free climbing. Boy, some people are just
Oh
love to
crap, get away,
explode if
get
you
away,
upset
get away,
them.
get away. Watch out for explosive ravens. When hit or thrown, they will explode after a few seconds. Use them to your advantage.
Ravens didn't smell any better dead,
Okay.
I'd have thought.
Weird thought to have, but okay. This raven was alive, but now he's dead, and yet it still smells the same. Am I smelling dead body? Is that another workbench? It is. Oh wait, no, it's not. Not like I have anything to upgrade right now, though. So. Oh yay, I'm already at the observatory?
Renato was thrilled. The scientists seemed to think he'd put the Sky Ripper together right. But one toad was worried.
Yeah, the Sky Ripper could tear a hole in existence itself. There are invisible strings that tie the universe together. If the Sky Ripper cut one, the hole would widen and widen until our whole existence fell into it.
Another toad sighed.
Irving still believes in string theory.
Was that supposed to
At
be a
least
Woody
go see
Allen?
Calaveras.
Yeah, said the worried toad.
He knows more than anyone else has forgotten about the Transcendent Emperor.
If anyone could tell him how to use this weapon safely, it would be Calaveras. It was he who had told Renato how to find it in the first place. But maybe he had to give up on using it as a weapon. Maybe he had to go to the secret rebel base and ask the generals there what he could do with a weapon that he dared not use.
Nope, let's go.
He should have known he'd have to consult Calaveras again. The scientists at the observatory were smart enough. But what did they know of the Transcendent Emperor? He hoped it wouldn't delay him too long. The rebels had scheduled the final battle soon. Every day they delayed risked the exposure of the secret base. And some soldiers were already drifting back to their homes and families. Calaveras would fix the Sky Ripper for him, and then he would win the final battle.
Well, I mean, apparently, technically, the Sky Ripper's
Maybe it
already
was the cold.
ready to go.
But after a few steps, Renato's optimism started to slump. What if Calaveras couldn't help? Did Renato dare use the Sky Ripper? Oh, hated that he had chosen this path. It was so much simpler to rescue friends and attack enemies. Even if some of those friends were more trouble than his enemies, some of those enemies had been friends before and might be lovers after. No, okay, it wasn't all that much simpler, no. Physics made his brain hurt. That, at least he was sure of.
No, my ore. Why would they shoot it out like that?
High quality ore like this just anywhere. Just anywhere with chests.
I gotta remember to run backwards and make sure none of the ore just flies off the edge of the level. Once again, I couldn't move. Alright. That messed up my combo
He
streak.
tried to focus on the now. The ravens who seemed everywhere all the time. Where did they hatch from? Were there
That's a good
giant
question.
raven hatcheries somewhere, or did they have families? Ooh, he didn't want to think about raven mummies raising their darling raven chicks. Yeah, Kilvaris would help. He would make Renato feel better about using the Sky Ripper. Then Renato wouldn't have to worry about ravens ever again.
Danced around the room yelling, "Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Yay, leveled up again."
That's how you do it."
It was something he liked to do, but only after he killed all the witnesses.
Bit too gleeful about murder. Alright, let's open this void door. Because I can do that now. Alright, so
Hey.
void sword makes me move
Hey.
faster.
I'm a firefox, thought Renato.
Ha! Yeah, so it straight up becomes the free flow system from Batman with this thing. So I kind of just teleport to any enemy near me, and I can just start attacking. That's cool. That makes combat way easier.
Whee!
Alright. I do enjoy it when those moving
I
platforms
hoped his mother wasn't watching.
have a direct route. Why would his mom care if I'm out here just destroying these crystals for food and energy? Yeah. Also, seems like there's almost no point to using the normal hero sword until you level up to get the healing aspect of it. Okay, need the ice sword over there.
A lever? That was new. Most people still use doorknobs. The rebels were counting on Renato. He hoped Calaveras knew what he was doing.
Okay. Hey, more energy. Yes, all of the energy. I finally have full health again. That's nice. I don't really need to do this anymore, but I will anyway. So maybe there's some ore hiding. Nope, just health and energy. Alright. Level up. Dash through people. Or I could just, you know, stab them as I grab them. Yeah, I'll do this one. Why not? It's Calaveras.
Calaveras had never let him down.
Yeah, of course I can make it work better.
But when Renato explained about the strings, Calaveras grew thoughtful.
Oh, strings, you say? Well, the Arcana do speak of the ties that bind the world.
He drew many intricate symbols in the dirt.
Yeah, so, according to my calculations, each time you fire, I'm afraid there's a 1 in 120 chance you'll destroy the universe.
That's pretty good odds. That's like rolling, 21 dice and they all come up 6. What are the odds of that?
What? No! It's more like 2.716s in a row.
Anyway, with those odds, it won't happen if I use it just once.
Yeah, no, that's not right. Each time you use it... Okay, look, just don't use it ever.
All right, I guess. As he sailed away from the mountains, Renato could see clouds darkening. Rain? No. Ships. Imperial ships, swarming thick as bees. This was it. The big battle. They could not afford to lose this one. What if it did not go well? What if he had to use the Sky Ripper? Could he gamble the universe? On the other hand, what were the odds of rolling 21 sixes in a row?
Okay. Oh, a void door I could
The
open.
battle was not going spectacularly well. What had the rebels been thinking? They'd been thinking he would bring the Sky Ripper, or the Iblis Stone, or that he'd sideline Zenobia somehow, or turn her. Couldn't he use the Sky Ripper just once? After all, if chances were 1 in 128, that meant he'd for sure be okay the first time. They'd get worse each time he used it, but the first time would be okay, right? He wasn't sure that it was right. So he didn't fire the Sky Ripper. He just brought it along, in case.
Just in Kizzle. Use the Sky Ripper on the
The
Emperor.
mysterious sword from the east made you so fast you could catch a fly with your chopsticks. If that's what you really wanted.
Okay. Teleportation. Energy. An altar, but I don't have any skill points. Ooh, a chest.
There was blood on this one,
Sweet.
so it hadn't saved its owner.
And I just head back. Okay. Or not. Oh. So I just have to wait for a ship to pass by and then hookshot my way onto it? Unless there's another route somewhere.
Renato wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really, really long tentacles.
Alright. So we're back to the, multiple
Someone
ship,
had
no
told him
teeth.
the odds didn't change just because you'd had a streak of good luck. His gut told him that was wrong, though. And he always listened to his gut. On the other hand, 128 chances to win. But one of them, he'd destroy the universe. That seemed a bit serious. Maybe he could defeat the Emperor without firing the Sky River. Maybe he could bluff, but with a real weapon. Like in cards, when you had 3 names, but you pretended you had a fizz-bin. That could work.
Sweet. That does make things a lot easier.
When Renato went to the china shop, for some reason the owner was always nervous.
More energy. Okay, definitely gotta get the shield grapple. That should probably be the next thing I do. Just so if there's no guys to throw at the shield guys, I
There
can
was
still
an engraving.
kill them.
Maximum capacity, 130
People, but everyone's like a raven or a fox or a rabbit or a frog. They think they're people. Oh. Okay. On to another sky ship. What's all this then? Enchanters can buff and heal enemies. Buffed ravens are very dangerous. Now if they're dead... Okay.
He set up the Sky Ripper and let it warm up. He would bluff if he had to. Zenobia came out, flanked by a very daunting platoon of ravens. You won't actually use that, she said in that annoying, I know everything because I'm a cat and you know nothing because you're just a fox voice she had. Oh, I know the odds. Good, because there's a real chance you could destroy the universe. No, not the first time I use it. The odds are too low. What? No.
The odds are always the same.
The first time, the odds are practically nothing. They only go up if I use it a bunch more times. No, but that's not how odds work. Didn't you pay attention in class?
Obviously
Now surrender,
not.
or I'll use it. Just once, he said. Don't. He felt sure the odds were with him. You have to go with his gut. That's what heroes do. Fire, he said. Please? The Sky Ripper fired. With a tremendous whoosh, the Emperor's flagship went up in flames. It was awesome.
And then the whole universe gets
Then
exploded.
He noticed there was a hole in the air. A blackness, like a tear in a parchment. Wind was blowing into it, widening it. It grew larger, and even larger.
It created a black
Crates
hole.
fell upwards into it, and the world itself seemed bent, like the reflection on a curved mirror, as it poured into the ravenous hole. Ah, 1 in 128. What are the odds? Thought Renato. And then everything fell into the hole and was gone. Renato stared at the book. He was still alive. Again. And still only flying away from burning Ubar. Had he lived that adventure? Or only dreamt it? Had he really died?
This is story number 21.
Not like a dream at all. And he'd lost again. Oh, he hated
I
that.
didn't learn the truth from that.
But he had made different choices. And he'd lost in a different way. It was the book, wasn't it? Oracles showed you your destiny. But this was showing him different ways he could die miserably. Thanks a bunch, book, he thought. But these were destinies that he did not have to fulfill. But he learned another true thing. The core was powerful, but dangerous if used improperly.
Oh, I did learn the truth. The Skyripper core is unstable. Sweet. So I don't even have story 1 though, but the Skyripper's Guide to the Galaxy. So there's up to 24 different stories. Gotcha.
That meant there must be a destiny where he survived and won, right? Otherwise, what was the point? And with that, the book's pages fluttered back once more to the beginning, and the clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Skyripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Skyripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Yes, I can. So we're going to this temple.
The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It sounded ominous. It sounded powerful. If the Emperor was searching for it, it must be dangerous. And so, Renato went ostrich hunting. Every child could sing verses about the Skyripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple, another ancient item that was only resurfacing now, drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals.
Okay, I can definitely create, yes, workbench. Let's make us this ice sword. Winter Thorn.
This sword from the frigid north was really useful for making popsicles and birdicles.
There we go. So now I can upgrade, next I'll upgrade Hero Sword and the Spicy Sword. Yeah, so Hero Sword first, then Spicy, then whatever comes next. No new gems, but my first gem is, that's at level 2. Now I'm so icy. Oof, the icy spicy combo. Okay, so now I can open any door that I come across.
Renato distrusted doors that opened automatically, especially after being buried for millennia. Was this some sort of trap?
So at some point I should probably go back through the, trying to rescue Lapino again, even though I know he's a traitor. Ow.
frustration, he was still searching for a way in. Good. And he hadn't come too late.
Okay. What don't do? Yeah. Shield hook. That's what I want. So now, even if there's no one to throw into shield guys, I can just rip the shield off of them. Make my life a lot easier.
You shall not pass.
Oh, dang it. Okay, how come I couldn't grab the shield? Does it do something different? Okay, I can't look at my skills unless I'm at an altar. That's great. Oh, there we go. It actually worked. Ouch. Dang it, how's he not dead
Dreams
yet?
may come,
Okay.
he thought.
Alright.
Then, he found out.
I got this. Ow. There we go.
Is that your shield?
You're dead. There we go. I like how, yeah, now it's like gone to the point where combat is starting to feel more like a puzzle than more than anything, which is what I really like. So that's fun. And I see an ice door.
That is a very cool sword, thought Renata. No, seriously. He couldn't feel his paw anymore.
Take that, Potts. Find the stone. You have been chosen in this critical mission for your ability to follow orders to the letter without question. Do not believe the naysayers. Your score in the intelligence test is only proof that you are better geared than anyone else to follow orders. Take pride in knowing that I, your emperor, have handpicked you for this mission. Follow the instructions to the letter. Always travel in pairs. Do not look at the engravings in the wall. Do not lose the hermetic box. When you find the stone, immediately place it in the box and seal the box. If you hear a voice in your head, ignore it. Remember, the temple is haunted. Obviously, this is an old temple dedicated to an old evil god. There were blood sacrifices. Of course, it would be haunted. Ignore the voice in your head. Remember, ghosts cannot hurt you, but they will try to confuse you. When you hear a voice, take the drowsy pill. If you meet another soldier with the stone and it is not in the hermetic box, immediately spray them with drowsy gas. Find the stone, put it in the box, seal the box, and most important of all, find the stone. Okie dokie.
He wished there were more pylons he could use the
I
hook
hear
on.
voices in my
Really
head.
needed to construct additional pylons.
Pylons. They just threw in a StarCraft reference for some reason. And this will be asking for Vespian gas. Okay. Oh crap.
Thought, Renato?
Wrong one. I wanted to grab one of the shield guys, not one of the explodey boys. Oh, he's the last one? Okay. I thought there was another enemy here, but guess not. Okay, okay, I came from there, so I go this way.
It was definitely easier to fight inanimate objects.
Sure is. Yes, gem level 2. Okay. Anything need to be upgraded yet? No, because I don't have the ore. I still need 30 ore. I feel like I'm coming to the end of this level already. And I have not yet leveled up. Yeah. That was a Diablo reference. Okay. Actually curious to see what's over this way first. Oh, sweet, void door. Anything else over this way? Okay. Let's open the void door.
Ooh, what's there?
Hopefully it's a treasure. Okay. Oof. I double tapped square, so after I pushed them, I jumped to finish him and blew myself up like a dummy. And this, ooh, a new
The
gem.
rock felt hot in
Attack
his hand.
speed.
He could feel its secret power.
Yay, a game with hitting. It sure is, Leland. How you doing? Right. Go that way. No workbenches nearby. So just run past this. Ow. Look out, I'm still on fire. Oh, not anymore. Activate.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
Tomb Raiders. Looks very spicy down there. And now to get onto one of these weird platforms. I don't know why they didn't just put one at the top of the stairs, so I don't have
Renato
to
had always
do all that.
wanted
But
a
okay.
flying carpet. This was more like a flying tabletop, but it would do.
Okay. Ow. Not simple enough.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty.
Cool. Iblisstone is evil.
That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once. And Renato wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Skyripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. "It's the core," said the stone anxiously.
Yeah, definitely don't. I definitely shouldn't be listening to the stone. But at the same time, the stone is connected to one of the truths. So I'm going to listen to the stone and see where that takes me.
Why was he listening to a talking rock? Ah, but the rock had a point. If the stone could truly turn him into a powerful warrior, he could defeat the Emperor with the very weapon the wicked old toad had sought for himself. To be a hero, you had to sacrifice old friends sometimes, especially when they've become enemies.
But I could choose to just not kill her, right? Well, we'll see what happens. Because every time I get through the game, it rewinds time, then I just start over with new knowledge. So
As he placed the impossibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Renato had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun.
it's
Was
just
it the time of the lost gods before the transcendent emperor? Was it the future? Feed souls, it whispered.
yay. Time for
You
the
could
evil
feel the
route.
stone's hunger for souls, its thirst for blood. All right, I get it. This was going to be interesting.
This is basically beads and the Iblisstone. Jesus. It has an insatiable bloodlust, just like Steph, who you could, who's not here, so she didn't hear that. Oh wait, she's in chat. Maybe she's not paying attention. All I'm saying is, you know, the stone has an insatiable bloodlust. And I know somebody who also has an insatiable thirst for blood.
Renato, smash!
Maybe we should go through that hero door. If I go that way, there's no coming back. I'm gonna go through the hero door. Nah, screw it. I'm already here. Also, I desperately need some health. Okay. Oh, sweet. I think I have enough to upgrade my
What were
hero
these
sword now.
poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods?
Okay.
The ravens on Zenobia's island were no match for
level
Renato.
up.
They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power, the stone told him.
Okay, so since I'm doing the Iblis Stone route, that means next I gotta go save Lapino, kidnap
Hey, a workbench.
kidnap
Try
Zenobia,
out his new bling.
take her to the rebel base to be tortured, and then follow the story from there. Alright, Hero Sword. Let's see what we do. Leveled up. Oh, it's our max level? Okay. I guess you just need... It just levels up twice and then... Alright. So next is probably going to be Spicy Sword. Yep, Spicy Sword is next. How do I heal myself? Oh, cool. It's just the ability. Heal me.
Firewalls only let you through if they think you're hot enough.
Oh, I definitely am hot enough. I got the spicy on my side. Okay. And a chest. Physical resistance. I might just use that instead of the attack speed one. Okay. Yes, more health. Eat these delicious wampa fruits, or whatever they are. Okay. Oh. Yes. Increases your attack speed by 10. Your attacks have a 15% chance to deal double damage. Killing enemies gives you... Nah, I want to keep the sword energy. Double damage? No. I don't need double damage. I want physical resistance, though. Yes. Oh. I ran right past this chest. Okay.
He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
I mean, I already destroyed the universe once. Guess we're going down into the sewer. Ooh. Gross. Look the other way. Look the other way so I may cut you in half. Thank you. What? Oh.
A magical jewel.
Elemental
Renato
resistance.
couldn't wait to find a workbench.
Alright. Could use that teleporter as well. Okay, and that's where I came from. Cool, great. Let's go over here. Get you in half. Alright.
Didn't your mother tell you it's rude to stare? Snapped Renato, a little smug.
Okay. Was there a route over here? Okay, there was a teleporter that I did not use. Where does it take me? Oh, it takes me straight to Zenobia. Well then.
Zenobia was waiting for Renato. She was alone, confident as always. Fire danced at the tips of her claws. Are you here to surrender? She seemed as cocksure as he felt. But she didn't know he had the stone. And I've missed you too, love. He chuckled. She spotted the stone and bolted without another word.
Ooh, she knows she's about to die. I'm about to sacrifice her to the stone. Elemental resistance, that's what it was. Increases resistance to spell damage by 20%. I think I'm mostly doing fine trying to avoid spell damage. Let us go this way. into the void door.
It was time for a little exploration.
Easy peasy. Nothing over here. Yay, level 3. Dear Zenobia, as you read this letter, you are locked in your chambers, ready to spend your last night before, well, you know. I will not apologize. I know you are too proud to forgive me. I also know you won't resist reading through. You are a cat. As much as I have tried to educate you like a proper toad, I swear to you, and you have to believe me, that I did not plan all this when I adopted you. You have always been my special little kitten. This is why I'm writing this now, weeks in advance. I know I will not have the heart to do it the night of the sacrifice. If I think of you as my daughter then, I may change my mind. You must think I am selfish. And yes, I am a selfish, sad little toad that is afraid to die. But I am doing what I am doing will ultimately serve the greater good. I want the power I want. I want it all, and so I will keep my subjects content. Peace for eternity. Even if you hate me now, you can still respect that. You have to. It is the only way I can forgive myself for doing this to you. I will miss you for eternity. Tomorrow, try not to make a scene. Everyone will be watching. Still with love, Father. So, in general, Zenobia was going to be sacrificed to this Iblis stone. Like, if I'm not going to do it, her dad's going to do it. Obviously, this is not the correct story path either.
Renato knew the raw power he had gained could be molded into greatness.
Inflict damage on hooked enemies. Oh, that's pretty cool. Dash through enemies. I kind of want to do that one. Freeze time for everyone but Renato when countering an attack at the last second. Lasts a few seconds. Oh, that's cool. Getting stronger. Kick and throw distance are increased. Don't really need that. Sword magic. Increases the maximum. Oh, gotcha. Well, I want True Sword Food to make it way easier to just get into that flow state and murder everything around me. Oh boy. I'm surprised I didn't get injured at all during all that. But shoot, I'll take it. I will take it.
Finally, Renato caught up to her. He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eyes were wide, frightened. He didn't like seeing her this way. Kill her, whispered the stone. You cannot win your rebellion without it. Please. No, said Zenobia. Not that way. Oh, they had been so close once. Could he really feed her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be?
But I don't have to kill her, right? Feed her to the stone. The Iblis stone, it promised great power in exchange for the blood of Zenobia. Isn't it why he came here? Killing Zenobia would give him power? No. The Iblis stone, it had promised great power in exchange for the blood of Zenobia. Now that she was at his mercy, could Renato really kill her? They had been close once in their youth. He could spare Zenobia, but he doubted she would just throw herself in his arms. Okay, now this is an actual difficult decision because, one, I don't want to kill her. But there is a truth connected to her. But I also have to get the truth connected to the Iblis stone. I assume I get the truth of the Iblis stone if I sacrifice her get the power, and I find out, oh, the Iblis Stone is evil. Don't use the Iblis Stone. I think I am just gonna sacrifice her so I could get the truth of the Iblis Stone, and then from there try to figure out what I have to do to get the truth about Zenobia afterwards, which sucks. But it is definitely one of the story threads. If there's 24 different stories that could be, we're going full evil on this one.
With a flick of his wrist, he slashed Zenobia's throat. Her eyes widened even more. And then the light went out of them. Renato felt amazing. Power was rushing into him like water from a burst dam. Exalted the Iblis Stone. Tasty. Renato returns to the Farfarer and set a course for the Nexus. The Empire had a communication outpost there. He could call the Emperor directly. It was time to seize the outpost and let the Emperor know what he had done.
Okay. Going the full evil route. This is chapter 4? Or chapter 3? 3, right? Yeah.
The Nexus was beautiful. He never realized how beautiful. Everything glowed. The wind was so sweet. The sun so soft. The stones so warm. The black raven feathers. Black feathers. Suddenly, his eyes are filled with them. He's falling through smoke, under a dead sun. A voice calls him home. Is this a vision? Whose? Is this the time of the lost gods? Or the future? No matter. What mattered now was killing his way to the Imperial outpost, challenging the Emperor from there.
That seems to be, everything seems to be going according to plan.
House of one of these things.
Murder everything.
That would be amazing. It would be like having a boat.
Genocide route. Remember this door? Okay. Nothing over here. All right. It's a very long staircase.
What are you guys dressed up as for Halloween? Just wondering.
Ow, what? Almost broke the game again. The chest. Yay, energy and
Jewel was more than sparkly. It had arcane power and an engraving to Cindy.
an engraving to Cindy. What the heck? Okay.
Up ahead was Lupino. What was he doing here?
Do I murder him too?
Renato! Hey, buddy! Hey there, old buddy! Please don't kill me!
I know you're a traitor.
Why would I kill you? Asked Renato, although he had been thinking.
Can I murder
about it.
him?
Well, you've become... no, I mean, no disrespect at all here. Kind of evil?
Have I?
Maybe you should, I don't know, go to the mountains to
Have a think? See if maybe you're sure the stone is not all that healthy a thing to keep? I suppose you wanted, Renato said, and poked Lapino in the chest for emphasis. Oh. Had he just killed Lapino? Oh, damn it.
Nah, I'm fine with that. Lupino sucked. He's a traitor. How can you be a traitor and call me evil? Granted. This is the evil run, but still, Lupino sucks for being a traitor.
Go to the outpost. Use their far speaker. Tell the Emperor what he'd done, and then he'd go to the secret rebel base. Let them know he was ready to lead them to victory.
Gotcha. Far speaker is just a phone.
Ooh, wouldn't his gauntlet look swell with that jewel in it?
I don't need the attack speed. Give me the critical chance again. Oof. I need so much ore. Okay. 30 more. Upgrade spicy. Can't murder you all effectively if you all bunch up like that. There we go.
Renato rampaged to the Imperial outpost like a water buffalo rampaging. At the last moment, he remembered not to kill the far speaker toad. After all, he wanted a word with the Emperor. But there was only silence. The Emperor was scared, like a little girl. Well, he would gather the rebel army and slaughter the Imperial fleet. Yes. Applauded the Iblistone. Tremendous. Then the Emperor would have to answer his far speaker, wouldn't he? Who are you? Asked a distant voice that sounded uncomfortably like Zenobia. What have you become?
An evil murderer.
Go to the mountains, urged another that sounded a bit like Lapino.
Why the mountains? Renato has become an amazing warrior, all thanks to the Iblistone. Then there were these distant voices. Maybe he should listen to the voices and go to the mountains. Voices or no voices, he had a job to do, a rebellion to lead, a war to win. Yes, he had to go to the rebel base and rally everyone. I'm doing this one.
Renato called the rebel council to let them know to gather their forces. Then he killed the far speaker toad. Why? Oh, because to make sure his sword was sharp. Oh no, that's awful. So no one else could use it. Yes, that's it. Then he set off for the ruins and the secret rebel base.
All right. Full evil.
The ruins were crawling with ravens. Probably looking for the secret base, Renato thought. But then he realized they're probably looking for me. They must be very scared of me. Well, here I am.
Come and get me.
Honest warrior ever, whispered the Iblistone. And he had to agree with it, for once. Who was as good as Renato? Renato wondered if it wasn't cheaper to build bridges and stairs.
I'm still unconvinced that this dude who grew up, you know, just drinking wine and partying would suddenly become a badass sword-wielding warrior. But hey, we're already almost 3 hours into this game. So, I guess anything can happen. Let's go towards this chest. one and done.
Urged the stone.
Well, again, I
Come
don't
to think
want
of
to be
it,
emperor,
Renato
but
thought as he put down another raven. Why shouldn't I be emperor? How did anybody get to be emperor anyway? By making war. Oh, I mean, not counting the transcendent emperor, obviously, who had banished the lost gods and started time. Yes, he should be emperor. He would make a great emperor. Right, Stone?
evil route, evil route.
Well, the eyes have had it.
Okay. Now, are there any chests or anything here? Doesn't look like it. Evil route, I'm doing evil
The long
things.
stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good.
Ow.
No one could beat Renato at poker table.
Oh, shoot. I didn't want to attack that one. But I did. And so I died. Okay, let's do this again. Snatch. Snatch. Ouch. Okay. Nothing over here. That door's opening, but I'm not going there.
Ice walls only let you through if they knew you were cool.
Oh, and I'm very cool. Look at that. Some energy, get some health. Open this chest. Ooh, this is resistance level 2. Yummy fruit. Alright. Now into the rebel base now? I'm gonna end up just slaughtering everyone in here, aren't I?
Renato strode into the council. Let's do this thing. Let's make me emperor. They looked confused and nervous. Ah, had he mentioned the emperor thing? Yeah, he meant to bring that up later. I mean, let's go in this rebellion. He waved his sword around encouragingly.
Yep, gonna murder everyone.
They ran. Cowards. He'd stop them. He cut down a few to inspire the others. But soon, there was no one to cut down. Well then, he'd have to attack the fleet alone. More for me, he said. Unless it was the stone that said it. Traitors. Traitors, all of them. They'd run rather than following him, rather than cheering him. What should he do to the cowards? Anything he wanted to. After all, he was a true hero, the best warrior there ever was. No one could stop him now. But first,
Finish him. The Emperor, that is. I feel like I could have done some of the narration for this game. Okay.
Where was the rebel fleet? They weren't even trying an assault.
Killing time.
They were going to miss a day in history. The downfall of this dynasty, and a new one to take its place. He didn't have to kill all the
Okay, well,
ravens.
that sneeze is gone.
He could enslave them. And enslave the toads too. All the animals would worship him as a god. For he had once been a god. They would willingly give him their blood and their souls. And the world would change. Would become familiar again.
Kill the Emperor.
You never knew where the road would take you, thought Reynardo.
Oh wait, I did take this route before. I think I literally took this route in the last run through. No level up yet. But that's okay. I'm trying to remember if there's another ooh, shield breaker. That sounds like it would come in handy. Oh, nope. Just going straight to the ships. There we go. Inspector Gadget. Okay, go here. Okay, nothing. Teleporter.
Reynardo was glowing with dark power. Already the sun had dimmed. He could do anything, he realized. He could wrap the island safely in smoke again. He was beyond a hero. He was going to become a god again. How odd, he thought, that the Iblistone had nothing to say about any of this. Well, no matter. Once he killed this petty toad emperor, he would bring back the Black Sun.
Because Reynardo is now the Iblistone.
There was an inscription on the platform. Balalekeles, with an address.
Oh, okay. Once again, I thought I broke the game. But everything's A-okay.
He was sort of yanking his own chain, wasn't he?
Just carving my way through dudes. This is different. I'm actually on the ship, so I get to fight the Emperor, or just be there when I get murdered in front of him. Dang it. There goes my combo streak. Right on the last dude, too. Anything? Nope. Okay. In we go.
He found the Emperor and the Council huddling by his ship, plotting. They saw him and cowered before him.
Back to hell, fiend.
Croaked the Emperor desperately.
In the name of the Transcendent Emperor!
Croaked the speaker.
Okay.
They held some arcane items he didn't recognize. He simply flexed his will and sucked their souls out of their bodies.
Jeez.
And Iblis exulted. It is finished. And the void that had been a mere stone on a sword expanded. It stretched and ripped like a vast womb. And a gaze black and pitiless as the sun passed through the void into the land. And so time ended.
Okay.
And just like that, he was alive again. And back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar.
12.
The book was still open before him.
Reward leveled up.
The book was a portal. It took you to the future when your destinies would branch. He had failed and died 3 times.
Yes.
But he learned another true thing. The Iblis Stone was evil. It would try to corrupt anyone who used it.
Okay. So that's truth number 3. Now I need to figure out the Zenobia truth.
But he was starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this. There was a way through to victory. He could feel it. He just had to keep running the path of destinies.
Oh, they said it.
With that, the book fluttered back to the beginning, and he fell into it. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renado knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renado had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renado really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Okay. So which one would be the correct path to take? Starting with Lapino. After you rescue him, he'll say, I have a great idea. Let's go kidnap Zenobia. Then I could do that. Then I could take Zenobia to be tortured, which sucks for her. But then taking her to the rebel base means that Lapino and Zenobia would be able to ambush. Well, they'd be leading the Emperor's army to the rebel base. So that's probably gonna be a bad end. The Sky Ripper really just seems like a random thing that doesn't have much bearing to what the true story would be. I'm kind of curious if I did something random like save Lapino and then grab the core of the Sky Ripper and then do whatever the third story would be after that. I don't even know. Actually, the third story would probably just be something with Zenobia, right? I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and when we come back, I'm gonna make a decision, I guess. So yeah, give me 1 second. I need to use the bathroom. BRB. Okay, and we're back. I really don't know. I really don't know what to pick.
Ah, Lapino.
We'll just try to freestyle it.
Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. Lapino's frantic message said that the Ravens were going to kill him for being a rebel spy. And that he had a clever plan. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Or so Lapino had told him over the far speaker anyway.
I wonder how things will be different now that I know that Lapino is a traitor.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens? People had laughed at the government workbench placement program, but you could see the benefits everywhere.
Shield breaker. Your hits cause shield grunts to drop their shield. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Interesting that it started me at the top of the stairs. Huh. Oh, I'm so close. I need, what, 50 ore? So 8 more before I can level up my spicy sword.
The Ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals.
Oh, I didn't go here before.
Renato hoped the people were just hiding. Boy, if looks could kill. Renato thought of the Iblis stone and shivered. He had no business messing with ancient, cruel artifacts. What he
Indeed.
needed was his friends around. Clear eyes, full heart, and lose.
Yeah. Okay.
A gem of power. Ooh, you didn't find those every
Sweet.
day.
Okay. So yes, I've never been down this way before. I do like how some of these levels do have also have branching areas to them. Ooh, a spicy door I've never opened before. First, look at this. Okay.
Well, they really needed to redecorate anyway.
All right, spicy door. Never opened this before. There's a lever. Oh,
He felt like Tarzan.
okay, gotta do it quick. There we go. Attack speed level 3 already. That takes me back here. How fast does this make my attack speed? 20% faster? Okay.
Renato felt like he was bursting with knowledge. But what kind?
Now, do I want to use hookshot damage? Freeze time for everyone but Reynardo when countering an attack at the last second. That's a few seconds. Countering an attack now causes damage. Storm recovery. Recover from being hit almost instantly. An attacker is knocked down. It just.
He was more and more
Well,
extraordinary.
I guess I could just get it. Oh, I have 2. Kick and throw distance are increased. I'm not really kicking and throwing people all that much. More health would be nice. Increased stamina. What's this one? Heal any enemy in a single strike. Auto activates when reaching a certain. Yep, I want that ready to go. Okay. It's a well. Let me jump down. I've never been in this well, I don't think. Oh, it's such a magical place inside this well. Awesome. I now have enough ore to level up my spicy sword. I don't think there's any other paths.
Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Well, unless he really was a traitor, obviously. Then they'd probably pin a medal on his chest.
Shield breaker level 2. Dear Zenobia, how are you enjoying the academy? New friends must already be flocking around you, no doubt. Here in the palace, things are the same. I have much time to dedicate to my special hobby. I have been collaborating with Professor Calaveras and his team of experts to investigate the nature of the islands. My gut is telling me that the islands are alive. I think they have a will of their own. Do you hear me, daughter? Our world could be more than floating masses of rock and water. Professor Calaveras and his boys have made measurements. The islands are drifting, surrounded by the endless sky. It is difficult to notice, but through careful measurements of the wind over long periods of time, they are certain the islands are moving westward. But where to? It may take centuries, millennia to reach the destination. I have this strange idea. What if the islands are some sort of herd and that they are deliberately searching for another herd of islands? Can you imagine new islands with their own inhabitants? The thought that we may not be alone. If only I could live long enough to witness the event. With love, Father. Still wondering what was it that made the Emperor, heel turn. Alright, here's the... Oh.
Claw on him.
And then Lupino is like right over here, right? I believe it's like already the end of the level. Yeah, here we go.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lupino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming.
The ravens are coming. The ravens are coming.
Right, yeah, see, this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia.
We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power.
You know, I'm gonna go with that one, just because that's the exclamation mark.
To make the Sky Ripper, the Transcendent Emperor had wrapped an armature around the eye of a god. Bernardo had already let that armature slip away to save Lapino's life. But even its core, the eye torn from a god, surely they could fashion a great weapon from that.
The core of the Sky Ripper? Lapino's excited. That's an actual thing that we could just go and get. You've been busy.
He sure had. Bernardo told him all the things he'd been up to. Soon they got to talking about old times, about wages they'd won and lost, and scrapes they'd barely got out of. It was good to be back with his friend. True, the core was capable of terrible, uncontrollable destruction. But this time, he was sure it would work great.
Okay. Let's see how this
It's beautiful
makes
here,
the story deviate.
thought Bernardo. It was nice to be back with his old war buddy. All right. Lapino was a traitor. But still, it was good company. Or I could go that way, he thought.
Okay. Gems, shield breakers, level 2 now. And spicy sword is level 2. While attacking, set all surrounding enemies on fire. Cool. So next is either one, really. Actually, let me see. This one, speed increases even further. Also freezes all surrounding enemies. So it seems like Ice Sword is the better one to go with. Dear Zenobia, the director of the Academy has told me how much he was impressed by your academic performance and leadership. Somehow I doubt this was a session of bootlicking. I have seen plenty of those. That old toad is sincere. I am proud of you, my daughter. You will make a fine empress one day. On my end, great news. Professor Calaveras has been studying the Nexus, and he has made a bold observation. That toad is a true genius. You know how that island is unique, constantly changing, new crystalline formations, appearing island fragments, merging, splitting, slowly drifting, held together by some invisible threads? Professor Calaveras is convinced those changes are not random, but rather indicative of the living nature of the islands. He has observed that certain changes on the Nexus follow or sometimes precede a turbulence on another island. Landslide, quake, flood. The Nexus seems to resonate with those events. Maybe the islands are a hive mind, and the Nexus is the brain. In any case, I am funding a permanent scientific observatory on the Nexus. It will attract the Empire's greatest minds, with Professor Calaveras at the helm. I anticipate a great age of enlightenment for the Empire. With love, Father. Again, he seems like a totally normal dude. Something corrupted him, or something.
Those flames really bring out your eyes.
Whew. Froze the game again for a second. Too many powerful effects. Shield breaker level 3.
Surprisingly unwounded.
Not quite sure how I got through that without being injured, but whatever. there nothing over here? Oh. The path is just right here the whole time. And I just wasn't looking. Is there any energy for me? Any energy
There was
for me?
something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. He'd once met a pirate captain who used hooks to get around his ship. Oh, what was his name again?
Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum.
You almost never saw wild gogglers together like this. The toads had to train them not to peck each other to death. So these
Peck each other.
had to be imperial gogglers. That meant ravens were up ahead. This thing really needed a roof.
Spicy door again.
Not everyone knew how to use magical gems.
Yay, physical resistance,
course.
level 3.
Not everyone had magical gem gauntlets like he did. Renato felt wrong all over. He could feel an almost palpable sickness in the air. And if the land could have tumors, they would look like these monstrous crystals. The forest was quieter than it had been. There were insects, but few birds, if you didn't count the ravens. Renato smelled sick animals and dying ones, but no healthy ones. And getting a bad feeling about this, Renato thought. Maybe Lapina was right. Maybe they should have kidnapped Zenobia instead of coming here. Of course there was a puzzle. You couldn't
Yay,
expect the
puzzle.
transcendent emperor to bury a god's eye in a leather sack where anyone could pick it up.
Easy peasy.
He
Yeah.
knew the known knowns, and even some of the known unknowns. But he didn't know the unknown unknowns. You dig?
You dig? Is that a Boondocks reference? Style acceptable. And here we are.
As he held the radiant icosahedron, Renato felt queasy, like dozens of tiny worms were nibbling his insides. It wasn't healthy to be so close to the eye of a god. How could he use it? He could take it to the observatory. The scientists there could tell him how to harness its ancient power. But honestly, Renato ached to get away from it. He brought the core back with him to the Farfarer. But honestly, Renato ached to be rid of it.
Tell you what, said Lapino. I'll take it to the observatory. You attack the Imperial outpost.
The Imperial outpost was a vital communications node. Taking it could shatter the Empire's ability to coordinate. And it would be full of secret plans and maps and maybe even rebel prisoners. It was a good target for a hero like Renato. But what if Lapino lost the core to the Empire? That could be a good thing, couldn't it? Was Renato ready to take that risk? Maybe it was better if he brought the core to the scientists himself.
Huh. Now, these are both branching stories, but I think I'm gonna go with this one. Have Lapino take the core, because he's probably gonna betray us, and take the core to the Emperor.
Trust me, Renato, you won't regret this.
And
I'll
we
treat
will
the core like it was
absolutely
my own
regret
baby
this.
daughter. As the Farfarer dived towards the Nexus, Lapino was jumping up and down with excitement. Stop rabbiting around, Renato said. Lapino just stared at him. The moment the ship landed, Lapino leapt off the ship.
Yep, he's gonna go give it to the Emperor. I'm hoping they just destroy
As
themselves.
Lapino vanished into the wilds of the Nexus, Renato vaguely remembered Lapino had a baby daughter, didn't he? And he told her mother he was going out to get some Easter eggs, and he'd never come back. But Renato was relieved not to carry the core anymore. He was already feeling better. And who knows, maybe this time Lapino would get it right. And if Renato could take the outpost, he'd have access to all the Empire's communications in the sector. Right?
Okay.
Imagine getting a horse up in one of these things. It would be cursing a blue streak.
There's horses in this universe? So you could be a fox that rides on a horse? Actually, I think I went this way before, right?
That was always a rush.
Yep, I definitely have done this way before. Oh well, I'm committed already. Up the spiral staircase. Okay,
So
I was like not
feels
paying
like to
attention.
die. Not nearly as much fun as they
Alright.
said.
Okay. There we go.
Boy, someone has spent a
Elemental
lot of money for
resistance.
a graduation present.
Okay.
Renato caught his breath. His joints still hurt, but he couldn't feel the poison in his system anymore. He'd let the armature slip out of his hands to save his friend Lapino. Of course he had to let Lapino take the core. The rebellion needed every man doing his duty. And the rabbit would be no good taking on an Imperial outpost, right?
Right.
Where was a workbench when you needed one? Oh, never mind.
Treasure Hunter is the last one I have not found. I'm gonna equip Shield Breaker. Oh, this is actually the end of it, huh? Yep.
Renato took the outpost with a song in his heart. Soon, he was stuffing his sack with key messages from and to the fleet. Then the fire speaker toad chortled a new message. The observatory had been sacked by ravens. Lapino and all the scientists had been taken to the mountains. Why? Why had he trusted Lapino again? And now the Empire had the core. Renato hailed the rebel base to warn them. But their far speaker didn't crouch back. Was the base under attack too?
I'm gonna go rescue Lapino again.
Who knew what was going on at the base? But he knew what the ravens would do to Lapino if Renato didn't rescue him fast. Well, actually, he wasn't exactly sure. It kind of depended on whether Lapino was a traitor or not. Renato just couldn't bring himself to believe that. What are old friends for, if not to need rescuing every few days? Renato felt a twinge of doubt. Should he have gone to the base? No. Logically, wherever they'd taken Lapino was probably where they took the core, right? Oh, why couldn't Lapino have just for once not got himself captured? Was that too much to ask?
It's because
He
he's a
shouldn't be too hard on the
traitor.
rat. No, he meant well, and he was insanely brave. You had to admire that.
Reach the mountaintop. Oops. Keep attacking the explodey boys. Was there an altar or was it? Oh yeah, it was just a workbench.
What was really fun was hooking yourself onto a moving ship.
Okay.
No skateboarding, the sign said.
There's skateboarding in this universe? Okay, yes, I remember this. I went down here, but I couldn't go through this door because I did not have the ice sword yet. Okay. Over here.
Renato
Nice
had been
chests.
to a dungeon once where all the chests had teeth and eyes.
Ew.
It had been a short visit.
Makes sense. I would not want to stay there either. I need, what, like 23 more? No. It's 100 for words. There we go. Perfect. How's my style acceptable? If I got
Where
it
were
perfect?
they holding Lapino anyway? There was no sign of him or the ravens who'd captured him. Just rocks and snow and the usual scouts. No sign of the core either. Was this a wild rabbit chase? Oh,
No, it's an ambush.
just Lapino to screw up even getting captured. But what was this rebellion for, anyway? Useless goof. But he was a friend. The friends didn't matter anymore. What was the point of winning this war?
There's a void door down there, but I'm not going down there.
You got such delicious looking eyeballs.
God to leave, Raven.
Thank you, I think, said Renato. It never hurt to be polite.
Okay. Why I keep trying to slash and I can just dash on through. When you dash on by. Okay. I'm curious, like, Lupino clearly, like, double-crossed us again, right? That's what's happening here? Because it would be weird if he's suddenly, like, not a bad guy. He's just, oh yeah, no, I actually got captured this time. It's not a trap. I just actually got captured. And I understand, like, saying it the way I just said it makes it sound like that, yeah, I am a spy, but, you know, it's not my intention. I want to open the ice door.
He needed some way to break the ice with this wall,
There we go.
so to speak.
I feel like once I open a door with one of the swords, it should just stay open. But at the same time, I get it. Because what if you open all these doors and you're like, oh, I didn't know I had to go this way. It's just a dead end or something, you know? And actually, I don't get it. I don't know why they didn't. It's fine, whatever. It's not it's not important. Ooh. Dear Zenobia, do you remember the expedition I have sent to the depths beneath the islands? They have returned. Well, 3 ships have returned out of the 8 I sent. Of course, I mourned the losses, but the knowledge that the survivors brought back is invaluable. What they have experienced is incredible. The air gradually grows denser and more turbulent until it becomes a suffocating, bone-crushing thunderstorm. But the islands keep stretching for miles below the surface, and they have roots that radiate downward far beyond sight. The islands are alive. This is the proof I was looking for. The thick air of the depths keeps them afloat, and in the depths they find their sustenance. Do they have a conscience? Are they aware of our existence, or are we merely parasites that they ignore or tolerate? I must prepare another expedition. This time I will go myself. I need to see the wondrous world in the steep sky. I hope you will visit me before I leave. I would like to hear more about that new friend of yours, Reynardo. Thank you. With love, Father. So yeah, it kind of sounds like he went down below, he went Durbalur, and that resulted in him being taken over by some ancient evil, or something like that. Something down there corrupted him, though. That is for true.
I think this is yours, said Bernardo. Couldn't hear his enemy's answer.
Totally block that one. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Another ice door. Ooh, 2 chests. Alright.
This stone
Treasure
was
hunting.
incredibly valuable. Reynardo could
Treasure
sense
hunting again.
Also, it still had its price tag. Reynardo thought of the choices he had made so far. Rescuing a friend and then sending him to be captured. Recovering a super weapon and letting it fall into enemy hands. Risking an assault on an enemy base for military secrets, and then failing to deliver them to the rebellion. Well, he was alive, at least. At the end of the mountain path, Reynardo came to a clearing. There was a campfire, raven feathers, and... oh, Lupino's lucky deck of cards. Well, that wasn't good. Reynardo hoped Lupino had not tried to cheat his captors at cards. Ravens were much better than weasels at counting, and they had a very poor sense of humor.
Just getting uppercutted.
He saw what he had hoped never to see. Fresh scraps of rabbit fur. Ragged and bloody, ravens would eat anything.
By Grabthar's hammer!
Reynardo screamed at the sky.
I will avenge you!
The rebels had assembled their fleet. Ahead, the clouds were dark with Imperial ships. If he could reach the Emperor before the rest of the rebels did, maybe he could settle this without too much bloodshed. He set sail, and the Farfarer shot forward.
Okay. So, we're back at the finale. Let's not go through the void door this time.
Lupino had never been a great warrior. The mad rabbit was good for a lark and a laugh. And a pint. The thought of ravens eating him made Reynardo furious. The way they were eating up the land. The way the
2%.
Emperor was eating up the people with his new, bloodthirsty ways. He would make them all pay.
They all shall pay. In the name of the As We Pay clan.
Reynardo felt restless. Maybe he could focus all that energy into something useful.
Freeze time for everyone but Reynardo encountering an attack. Let's do that. Okay.
The portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want it to go.
Already on the ships, okay.
It was a bit windy up here.
I remember going this route the first time. Alright. this way. I don't think I've gone before. Elemental resistance. Hello? Right, protect, succeed. Never forget what you are fighting for. The Empire brings peace, prosperity, and stability to the islands. Before my grandfather brought unity, it was each animal for himself. The strong would eat the weak. That was the only law. The rebels would destroy our great empire. They spread lies about justice and equality and pretend that power can be shared. But justice and equality can only be achieved through an iron hand. To harshly punish crime until there is no more crime. To control everyone's wealth until there is no more greed. To crush every voice of dissent until there is harmony. These principles are the pillars that I have set forth for our empire. The alternative is to return to barbarity. You must fight for your empire. You must protect its values. You are the first and last line of defense against darkness. You cannot fail. Fight, protect, succeed! Emperor Insengrim III, War Manifesto. Okay.
He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things.
Yay, fruits and treasure hunter. Level 3.
Sorry. You're hooked.
Okay.
Clean up around here, he thought.
Imperfect.
He had given up every objective to save his friend. He had given up the armature, the core, the gem, and even Zenobia. He loved Lapino, he realized. And now the rabbit was gone. A hero looks out for his friends, even when they're gone. He would send Lapino an honor guard of ravens to serve him in the halls of the Valiant. He would avenge him.
Okay.
Kill the rebel!
Forward, one raven.
Eat the rebel!
Forward, another.
Oh, that was the perfect. Perfect parry. Whew. There's a lot of particle effects going on. This should be the ship across from, yep, the Emperor ship. Now let me try to win this encounter without being hit. the big twist, or it's not gonna be a big twist, but here comes a twist.
Finally, he reached the Emperor's ship. And there was Lapino, surrounded by ravens. He was alive. They'd eaten some other rabbit. "I'll save you!" he shouted with joy and flung himself at the ravens. "Oh, you shouldn't have," said Lapino when the last raven was down. Renato threw his arms around his best friend. "I had to come. I love you.
Is there gonna be a betrayal?
You really, really shouldn't have," said
There it is.
Lapino. And Renato felt a rather sharp pain in his back. As he collapsed, Lapino took the dagger out of Renato's back and wiped it off on Renato's sleeve. "Why, you always have to be the hero. Brave Renato, epic Renato, super sexy Renato, and I'm sick of it." As Renato died, all he could think was, "Damn it, food again." And he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome.
The Truth Finder will help you find the paths that lead to truths you have not found yet. Look for the icon when making choices in the book. The option can be toggled in the gameplay menu. Cool.
There would be a way to win. Renato could
Oops.
feel it. He'd have to explore choices he'd never made before he could figure it all out, though.
Okay.
And with that, the book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe
I think now
he could find a way
would
to use
be
it. To take its
again,
power without
rescue
surrendering to
Lapino,
its wickedness.
and then go after
And
Zenobia,
also,
and then take it
his
to the
old
rebel
friend
base.
Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Okay, yeah, this is that ending. If get to Zenobia. No matter what, the second thing is always Zenobia.
Ah, Lapino.
Let's go do this again. Get to the end, and then go to Zenobia.
Lapino
Take
had
her- take her to
apparently
the-
managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen
Take her
winged
to the
horse. He'd
rebel
only
base.
sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens? And this is why heroes are called dashing, Renato thought. See? Dashing. Get it? People were frightened these days. Just 2 weeks past, Renato had sneaked through an empty town and listened to the Raven's call about the Emperor's new taste in ritual sacrifice.
Hold up, and do I want to use? Sure, why not?
Every day he was getting better and better.
I'll use the dashing one. Take the hero sword route. Not a special well. Really? No energy?
Say, how are you guys fixed for life insurance?
Okay. Let's take this route this time. Ooh, energy, finally. And a chest. More energy. And still 50 away from being able to upgrade one of the other swords. I'll probably upgrade, I'm definitely upgrade the ice sword next. Okay.
Lapino would betray him. But now Renato knew that. What would Lapino do if he knew that Lapino was going to betray him? Well, he'd concoct some crazy scheme, wouldn't he? That used Lapino's betrayal against him and it would blow up in his face. Maybe he was overthinking this. And that would be a first.
Energy, this is the note to Zenobia. Yep. Yep. Now we're at Lapino. Nope. Okay.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato
We
Skip
capture
that.
Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer.
Yes,
and
we're doing this.
His only daughter. That would be worth it. On the
Do
other
that.
hand,
Then we're gonna
he could
take
still
her
get
to
to
the
the
rebel
core of the
base, and then we're gonna be
Even if
ambushed.
he couldn't get the whole thing,
Don't know what's gonna happen after
It must
that.
have great power. Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor.
Okay.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them?
Absolutely.
This was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Gotta do all these terrible things to Zenobia before I find out what the correct path is. Which is unfortunate, but 'tis the game, right? Okay, I definitely came here last time. So let's go through the hero door. there's just treasure this way. Okay, well, didn't lose anything with that. I'm just closer to being able to upgrade my other 2 swords. So
This was the nice part of town, but the ravens had been through here. They like to take shiny things home to their nests.
shiny, huh? Okay. And I'm just kind of cleaving through these enemies now. Everything's level 3. I still off by around 40.
How could you convince a firewall you're its friend?
By stabbing it with a fire sword. I also took this route last time. Ah, yes. I get treasure out of it. Alright. And then we're at Zenobia. I mean, not Zenobia, oh yeah, back here. Taking that way.
Sharp? Check. Pointy? Check. Flexible? Check. What else do you need in a sword?
Go down.
Why was Lupino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously it was a trap. But you never knew how Lupino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lupino wanted. And there must be some way to play on that, Renato thought. I wonder what happens if I go that way.
Okay. Shit. If I went into the sewer.
As for the gate, well, you could take her or leave her. Sorry, it's best I could do.
Yeah, going down to the sewer would eventually lead me back here because you end up on this teleporter. So it's gonna end up here anyway.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon.
Okay, well.
What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato.
We know it works, so let's see if we don't.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you know better, said Lupino.
Yep. Let's see how this changes things. I've read this one before. Yep, it's about the Iblis Stone.
Bernardo had been the terror of the sandcastles when he was 2.
Ouch. Let's heal up a little bit.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft.
Weird.
He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She became smoke. And he noticed he had a blade to his throat. Stay a while. Heard a familiar voice. Did
Okay.
you really think you could capture me? Zenobia said as her ship lifted off. Now I just wanted some privacy. Renato said, did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? And he told her why. His Imperial Majesty wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him immortal. But to seal the bargain, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. You're lying. She was furious. You can't prove that. I can. And so, we set sail for the Nexus.
Okay, yep, this is different. I'm glad I chose not to go with Lapina on this.
The scientists at the observatory have resurrected one of his victims. Well, he's not exactly alive, but he can talk, and he can't lie. You took a big risk. You know, I could just cast a spell to make you tell me where the rebel base is. And you wouldn't consider that cheating? She frowned. Ugh, fine. Let's go get your witness.
All right.
The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
Although I don't remember learning that piece of knowledge.
Once, he found a Superman issue #1 in mint condition in a jar he broke. He planned to keep breaking things until he had the whole series.
Superman? Superman exists in this universe? At least the comic? Okay, there's the hookshot route. What about this way? That's another
This
hookshot.
chest was really horrible. Get it?
Okay, at least here I could come back. So let's go this way.
There was a pleasant breeze coming through that door. Had it been closed before?
I don't think I've gone this way before. Actually, this one staircase feels familiar. Particle destruction. Style great.
It was good to practice your moves, thought Renato.
Can I open
Keeps
this
you
now?
limber.
There we go. Yay, energy. At school, we learned the gospel of the transcendent emperor, the last divinity to pierce the skies. He would banish the evil gods and grant us the gift of time. But could one man, divine as he may be, create something as intricate as time? I have my own theory. I believe that time is a symptom rather than a gift. I am convinced that on a cosmic scale, there's a pendulum motion between order and chaos. The transcendent emperor ended chaos and started the age we live in, an age of cause and effect, of fact and logic. Time is merely the tapestry upon which these laws manifest themselves. It is the foundation for order's companion, entropy. But in the age of chaos, when the old gods reign, perception carries more weight than facts. Emotions can shape worlds, and time ceases to exist. The age of order is ending. I am merely helping the inevitable. Entropy has been broken. Fate has been breached. The end of time is coming, and I shall embrace it. Emperor Inzengrim III, Secret Journal. Why would he leave his secret journal in this random place? Okay. Oh, I'm back here. Nice. Wait, no. Energy! Now I'm back here. Oh, that's a nice little side quest. Way too slow with that. Okay. Right.
She caught up with him. Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic? Why? Would you want to join in?
Oh, no, I'd destroy his books and... All right, I suppose I wouldn't.
She stopped, troubled. He ran on.
Almost have enough ore to level up a sword. Okay. I feel like I really do feel like now we're getting closer and closer to that true ending. I'm hoping this is the route that actually leads me to the Zenobia truth. Even though I feel like
Renato had been searching for a way to save the rebellion. Lapina wanted to capture and interrogate Zenobia. But if he could show her proof of her father's madness, maybe she would join the rebellion. This would be the perfect place for a tic-tac-toe board.
there. Let's go this way. Yay, ore. Delicious ore. Mmm, yummy. Ten more ore. And I can upgrade. Whoa.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The ravens had taken care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared around, shocked. The scientists had been neutral. They had no part in the rebellion. Take me to your council, she said, shaken. I have things to tell them. It was what Renato had gambled on. The Zenobia would turn against her father once she knew his madness. But the rebel base was secret. Could he really risk taking the Emperor's daughter there?
Absolutely. That's what we're doing.
Renato reached Lapino by Farspeaker Toad, the one creature the ravens had left alive at the observatory. Lapino seemed awfully anxious to meet him at the secret base. If he was a spy for the Empire, he'd turn around and reveal the coordinates to the Empire, jeopardizing the entire rebellion. But Renato couldn't bear to think that Lapino would commit such horrible treachery. There was still good in the Mad Rabbit. He felt sure of it. I'll meet up with you at the base, Lapino said through the Toad. Good thinking. Renato gave him the coordinates. There's a shuttle here I can borrow. Renato found Zenobia in the chart room. I've been having awful dreams, she said.
Okay, so this was the wrong
Dead
choice.
kittens and
Should have went to the
worse.
mountain, I guess.
I thought they were only dreams, you know. Why would anyone want the lost gods back? In those days, the favorite of a god could become immortal. She held herself and shivered. He wants to become an eater of souls. Well, I'm not afraid of dying. Just dying of boredom. Renato said, but she didn't laugh. Silence fell as they flew towards the ruins of the city of Ubar, where the rebellion leadership was hiding. If Zenobia couldn't help them fight off her father, no one could.
Okay. So, Lapino's most likely gonna do the betrayal thing again and bring the Empire here. But maybe...
As they touched the ground, he could smell the ravens and hear their hungry caws in the distance. They're probably looking for me, she said. You go on ahead. She had that fiery look in her eyes that he'd always loved. It was a bit odd, though. How easy she'd been to convince. It was what he'd gambled on, but he'd expected more of an argument. She'd always loved to argue. She considered it the fastest way to the truth. Maybe she'd long suspected the truth. Sometimes all it took was taking the bandages from your eyes. That must be it, he told himself.
Nope, this feels like it's the wrong path. Once again. That's okay. That's the whole point of this, right?
Sometimes Renato really hated inanimate objects.
Okay, let me open the hero door. Ore. Okay, so rescue Lapino, go to kidnap Zenobia.
Interrupted story time. Caught the lead raven. Now I'll never find out how it ended.
So rescue Lapino, go to kidnap Zenobia, go to Zenobia by myself without Lapino, take her to the mountain and not here. Bench. Oh, here we go.
If Zenobia had really turned, the war could soon be over. She could send orders to the fleet that would leave their defenses wide open. The rebels could sail right in and capture the Emperor. Victory. Not too many casualties.
It's not going to be that easy. Countering attack now damages.
This was way better than being able to shrink down to the size of an ant. What was that all about anyway?
What? There's so many paths. Okay, and this. Oof, one more ore. One ore
What did
away.
you do if one of these platforms stalled?
I guess you're screwed. Right. Teleport back here. Yeah, there's nothing else. Something this way? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Let's take a look over here. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. I broke the game for a second there.
In this chest, there were woodcuts of amazingly beautiful vixens wearing no clothes at all. And something more useful.
All right. That's the workbench. We want this one, as it freezes everyone around me.
Hero wall. Hero sword. Firewall. Fire. Extinguisher.
Where's this platform taking me? Okay. 10 ore.
They caught their breath under a ruined arch. It's beautiful, she said. This was the library of Ubar, he said. Your father's ravens thought they had an ancient book. She nodded. Was she crying? This was exactly what I wanted, Renata thought. To turn her to our cause. So, why do I feel something is terribly wrong?
Because something is terribly wrong.
Because nothing ever goes this smoothly, is why.
Is she showing her regret for her inevitable betrayal?
Say hi to gravity for me.
Punish, terrorize, humiliate. The masses have been raising their fists, led by a handful of nobles with too much ambition. It is envy that the power that I seek is something that they want for themselves. Are they just criminals who want to steal from us? There's but one punishment for such a crime: death. Make an example of the leaders. Execute anyone who dares follow them. Or is it fear that the sacrifices I have been making would extend to them? Is this a war for survival? Show them the true meaning of fear. Strike them fast and strike them hard. Make them suffer. Burn everything they hold dear. Or is it pride that the meaning of those sacrifices would forever escape their comprehension? They want inclusion, a say in my decisions. Their arrogance cannot be allowed. Take those who surrender to the salt mine. Let their lungs fill with corrosive dust. Let them betray one another for scraps of food. Let their children watch it as they fall into savagery. End the rebellion without mercy. Punish, terrorize, humiliate. Emperor Enzengrim III War Manifesto. Okay. Very aggressive. Okay, come on, there we go. Alright. Yay, more delicious ore. Actually, I should try freezing them. I wonder if that would help. I didn't even plan that.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good.
Bunch of mistakes in that, but it's okay. I made it through alive still, so that's all that matters. Alright, let's go here.
Of all the artisans he was creating employment for, truly, he was a job creator.
You know, they make all these wonderful pots and vases. I destroy them, so they have to make more, so you know, they have a job. Alright, let's see this betrayal.
The council toads swarmed around Zenobia, shocked she was there, shocked she had changed sides. Then the walls exploded. He heard toads croaking, "Oh, the ravens!" Blackbirds were pouring through holes everywhere.
Yep, there it is.
"It's a trap!" cried the council speaker. In the confusion, he saw flashes of magic. Then Zenobia being hustled off by Imperial troops. So, she had betrayed him after all. Renato ran for his ship. The Farfarer flew into the clouds, barely losing the Imperial ravens pursuing him. The rebellion was lost, and he had lost it. There was nothing to do but find Zenobia and make her pay for her treachery. His heart ached. He still loved her. But he had trusted her, and he had been a fool. She would be back at the fleet, gloating with her mad, bloodthirsty father. For all Reynardo knew, she was helping him bring back the old lost gods back from their exile.
So I wonder if the truth here is that Zenobia will betray Reynardo.
Reynardo
guess that's
landed in the middle of the Imperial fleet.
Get to then
The
find out.
rebels were losing badly. Without leadership, it was a slaughter. Reynardo felt strangely free. Trying not to think about how he had lost the war. Trying not to think about how he had loved Zenobia. Blinded himself to her treachery. That's what it meant to be a hero. To keep on fighting after the most bitter of betrayals. To never know if you could trust anyone. Cats. What a waste of fur.
If that is what the actual truth
Right
is,
into the
that's
middle of the fleet.
kind of sad.
It was a glaring weakness in the defense.
Okay. Zenobia, a place I call my own. Oh, my home. I have no idea what you're referencing, Steph. Zenobia, a place I call my home. Yeah, I have no idea what you're referencing. Is this something I should know?
Reynardo wondered what would happen if he jumped. Would he be rescued by an emergency platform?
Get this treasure.
Oh, just as a dash, thought Reynardo.
Whoops. Kind of did that way too quick. Oh well. Alright, let's heal up a little bit.
You guys ever eat fresh food? You don't smell like it.
What had happened to Lupino? Had the mad rabbit fled to safety? Or was he forlornly carrying on like the few rebels Reynardo could see here and there? It didn't matter anymore. All there was slash and spin, parry and lunge, over and over as he fought his way across the fleet. All there was finding the girl he'd once loved, who had used his love against him and putting as big a hole in her heart as she'd left in his.
Jeez. Oh, it's supposed to be Genovia, but I was attempting to reference Princess Diaries. Oh, okay. Well, I've never watched Princess Diaries, so that's why I did not get the reference at all. Okay. know. I realized after the fact. You're so silly, Steph. Okay, here comes the final battle arena. And then it was like, it's okay. I'll just let this play out. Easy peasy.
And suddenly, Zenobia was there, advancing a Lapino. So the Mad Rabbit had survived.
Save me, or I'm done for! Screamed Lapino.
Zenobia turned, showing her teeth in a smile.
You're alive!
Renato ran towards the witch. Lapino's the one who betrayed you, she shouted. He warned my father. Before he could think, Renato sank his sword into the sorceress.
Wow.
She stared at him, heartbroken.
So she okay.
No! Lapino's the traitor! Renato had an awful, sinking feeling in his stomach. Then, he felt a knife in his back. I'm afraid she's right, said the Mad Rabbit. Ain't I a stinker? Then, the sun went out.
Okay.
Damn it. He should go back to some of the choices he'd faced before. Maybe there were new paths that had opened up, like those doors he was opening up all over the map that took him to new treasures and around his enemies.
Okay.
And he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome.
Okay.
The book's pages fluttered
It seems
to the
like, yeah.
beginning once again.
Save Lapino.
Faster than before?
Go to
And he
kidnap
fell.
Zenobia.
The
Don't go with
clouds parted
Lapino
over the
with
Isles
his
of
plan.
Boreas.
Go to
It was
go
time
to
choose.
Zenobia by myself.
The
By
rebellion
Reynardo's self.
was in trouble.
Then
Ravens
don't
were
take her
scouting
to
for
the rebel
secret
base.
base.
Go to the mountain.
They needed a game changer.
And
Pieces of
then
the Sky
from
River
there-
surfaced.
From there, things
Renato knew
should
that using
branch
it could
out
go
differently.
catastrophically wrong.
And that way the rebellion won't
But
be
he was sure
crushed.
he could figure out how to use it safely.
Yeah, okay.
Also,
That's what we're gonna.
a temple
That's
had
what we're
risen
gonna
out
try.
of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there.
It might be the last run
It
we
was a
do
dangerous
for
artifact.
the day.
It could
So I
corrupt its
realize
user into a bloodthirsty
We just
monster.
hit 4 hours and
Mhm.
25 minutes.
He could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to
Blah,
its
blah, 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 blah.
wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing.
Yes.
Of course.
Lapino the traitor.
Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Wait. Or because the second choice is always something to do with Zenobia. If I have the Iblis stone, sure, why not? We'll go and do this for just a change in scenery.
Every child could sing verses about the Sky River, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in the buried temple, another ancient item that was only resurfacing now, drawn up from the
Let's try to
deeps
speed
by the
through
Emperor's
this.
horrific rituals.
We'll get the Iblis stone, but we will not listen to it.
her. His.
Okay.
Renato.
Awesome.
Ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late.
And use this altar. I can now dash through enemies, which does come in handy sometimes. Increases max health. Let's move a little bit faster.
Jon Snow.
What? There's a random reference to throw out. Just random Game of Thrones reference for like no reason. I already read this one, right? Find the stone, yeah. Actually, yeah, I did go here last time. I don't remember if it circles back. So let's actually look this way. Okay, there's a hero door. Let's open the hero door.
Hack this kind of firewall. You had to warm it up to you.
I just rolled my eyes on that one. Okay, looks like this is just a shortcut.
There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people. Don't get ahead of yourself, lad.
Okay. Yummy. Roots for health and energy. Okay.
Death to traitors! Caught the raven.
Ow.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
Bam, 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 bam. Alright. Long stairway down. We go down there next to the spiciness.
These platforms are great. Renato wanted one for his
about
house.
this level, I think. there's the Iblis stone.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous. It was the stone. Eager. Thirsty.
Yes. It wants Zenobia's blood. And we're gonna go to Zenobia like we're going to kill her, but we're not going to kill her.
Tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once. And he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon.
No.
"What's the core?" said the stone anxiously. But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
Hello, this is different. He had thought of a clever way to have its power without its evil, but Renato's clever plan did have a tendency to backfire. Nope,
The
we're gonna
gem
check this out.
could give great power, but it was evil. But Renato had a plan. He would divide the stone into the power half and the evil half. He sought out the sage Calaveras.
Oh, you need a mirror of splitting.
Croaked Calaveras.
I can make one.
Calaveras set up various shiny things. And soon Renato was setting the stone down in the middle of Calaveras' lab. There was a flash, and now Renato was looking at himself. Except with a mustache.
God damn it.
And a goatee and darker hair. There were two Iblis stones. One light and one dark. Renato took the light one. He felt a rush of great power. Now I can defeat the Emperor.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any way to use it without hurting someone. That wouldn't be nice. "Give me that," said his evil-looking twin. And he drew his sword. He only got it halfway out of the scabbard when he fainted from the effort. Obviously, neither weak, evil Renato nor powerful, nice Renato was any threat to the Empire. After the Emperor's victory, they were exhibited in a museum until time ended, which was soon after. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
I was not expecting that to be an ending.
Every
That's
child
cool.
could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other
What?
things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away.
Alright,
Were all
back through
these
this level
things
and
the Iblis
go to the
stone?
original plan.
Long hidden in the buried temple. Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now. Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals.
Ouch.
The Ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. And he hadn't come too late.
It's more energy.
Stay frosty!
Okay. I'm not gonna bother with any of the doors. Well, aside for this door. But I mean, like the other doors. This is just a shortcut, right? Either way. One is energy.
He hadn't noticed that path before.
Yep, it's a shortcut. Okay.
There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people.
Ouch. Okay.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with Tomb
Raiders. Yeah. It's this puzzle, and then
Take a leap of
Yeah, it's the end of
faith,
the level, right?
said the inscription.
I wonder if I could get through without pulling any of the levers. You know, just the timing right. Ow. Yeah, that was way easier. Okay.
It was a stone
Skip.
of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void. It was the stone, eager.
Yes, you want to kill
Thirsty.
Zenobia. But I'm not gonna kill Zenobia. I'm just gonna go and talk to her.
That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. It's the core, said the stone anxiously. But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
Okay.
Why was he listening to a talk?
Okay. Now we're gonna go, but not kill Zenobia. We're gonna.
As he placed
the
the
other thing.
impossibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Renato had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun. Was it the time of the lost gods before the transcendent emperor? Was it the future? Feed these souls, it whispered. Take the power. He could feel the stone's hunger for souls. Its
Go through as
thirst for
quickly as
blood.
possible.
All right, I get it. This was
Not the
going to
first
be
thing.
interesting.
Grab the. There's a chest over here. Oh, I know. Going this way gives me a chest. Everyone burns. Okay. Almost have enough ore to level up the last, the void sword, void blade. I forgot what it's called. There we go.
The city was burning,
All right.
and there was no
Here,
one to put out the
there.
fires. If somehow Zenobia survived her father and inherited his crown, what sort of empire would she be heir to?
A
But he
terrible
couldn't
one.
think about that, could he? animals on Zenobia's island were no match for Reynardo. They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power, the stone told him.
I'll grab this chest, though. I see Zenobia down there.
Reynardo had opened a chest, and a jack-in-the-box jumped out. He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
Hop in here.
These things really slice like ham.
They do look like cartoon hams when you cut them in half.
Zenobia was waiting.
Yeah, she's afraid. She saw the Iblis stone. She's like, oh no, he's trying to kill me.
Lovely. Hold that pose.
Okay. And here we go.
Finally, Reynardo caught up to her. He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eye... Please.
Okay.
No, said Zenobia. Not that way. Oh, they had been so close once.
This is the one we're doing.
Could he really feed her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be?
Alright. We're gonna spare Zenobia.
Reynardo hesitated. Zenobia was his greatest enemy. She was the Emperor's daughter and his greatest general. And the single person Reynardo least wanted to remove from this world. Especially that way. She was holding her arms out before her, hands fluttering, fending him off with hopeless urgency. Nope. She was weaving a spell. He couldn't move. This thing is evil, she said. She slid the Iblis stone out of its slot in his gauntlet and slipped it into a bag. Maybe we can learn from it. She eyed him with a strange, wry, apologetic look. I missed you too. And before he could move again, she was gone. Learn from the Iblis stone? What did that mean? Would she take it to the palace or to the observatory on the Nexus?
Yep, this is not gonna be the ending I
She
want.
thought it was evil. She wouldn't want it in the palace. And, after all, it was evil, wasn't it? Maybe I can outrace her to the observatory, thought Reynardo. Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer.
Okay.
Reynardo felt a little sick. Ever since Zenobia had taken the stone from him, it felt an ache that wouldn't go away. He missed it. He wanted it back.
This man would be killing her
He
again.
needed it back. Why hadn't he killed her when he had the chance? She was the enemy. He hadn't even seen her in 14 years. Why had he hesitated? You were a sucker for an empowered woman. Reynardo kicked himself. Don't make that mistake again.
Okay. It really does seem like the best way forward is starting with Lupino, going to capture Zenobia, not following Lupino's plan.
Zenobia thought the stone was evil. Was it? Well, yes, but he he still longed to have it back. He'd felt so good killing ravens with it, and yet he'd felt unclean ever since he'd touched it. She confused him. She'd made him want to be a better fox, and then she'd abandoned him, never telling him she was the Emperor's daughter, never contacting him since. Well, who was she to tell him the stone was evil? Building these platforms was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails.
Okay.
Where'd all the ravens go?
Well, you're still playing, so I can only assume my theory estimate was wrong. Okay. So, here's how this game works. So yeah, I beat the game within like I completed the first story within an hour, right? So now I'm just trying to figure out what's the true path to get to like the true ending. So right now I'm having trouble trying to figure out the final truth I have to figure out. Which once I find out the final truth, then I can get the true path through this game. I am not gonna be able to do that on this stream. This is the last run. I'm not getting the I don't think I'm getting the final truth from this run, but we'll find out when it's over.
The scientist's toes were pointing arcane instruments at the stone and looking at it through prisms and reflections.
Mine,
Said Renato as he took back the stone.
well, we need it for science.
Okay, yeah.
Croaked
So
the toads.
choosing the stone is
So
just
he
always
killed
going to
them.
lead to
He felt better in
the evil endings.
Smarter, too. I thought you'd never come for me, whispered the stone. Then, a far-speaker toad croaked in something like Zenobia's voice.
Leonardo, leave the stone with the toads. It will swallow your soul. It will kill everyone you love.
That did seem vaguely familiar, but Renato had an army to lead, an empire to bring down.
Oh yeah, dude, I was watching that. I felt needed to take a quick, much-needed 20-minute nap, which turned into an hour.
I know you can fight this thing.
Zenobia continued in the far-speaker's croak.
You let me live. You know how evil it is. It will destroy you, Leonardo. It will destroy everything you love.
He had tried to convince himself that this time he would control the Iblis stone. But he could feel his will becoming brittle. She was right. He would get rid of it. Right? Now. Or now. He didn't really want to. I know. I'll go to the mountains, Renato thought. I'll find the strength to do it in the peace and quiet there.
Okay. But it really does seem like if you choose the Iblis Stone, it's gonna lead to
As the
just
Farfarer landed at the foot
the
of
evil ending, no matter
mountains,
what.
Renato was surprised to find Lapino there. What are you doing here?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I was stowed away.
Can I
on
just
an
murder this guy,
Imperial
please?
courier
He's a
ship.
traitor,
Dressed
so
up as a combat nurse carrying a general's beak transplant.
This is not a great time, said Renato, who was pretty sure he did not, in fact, believe Lapino's story.
That's when you need your friends.
Said Lapino. I just need some peace and quiet, said Renato, and grimly set out on the path.
can I just stab him in the chest again? Because I really enjoyed that. Okay. Look how fast this dude is. level up. I feel like I should stick with the ice stuff more. I do appreciate that, you know, since this is an indie game, they only have like the one voice actor. It just does everyone's voice. Style meh? What? I killed him so quickly. Whatever.
Bernardo told his friend how he had slaughtered the toads and how he had nearly slain Zenobia.
A terrible burden, this Iblis stone.
Sympathized the rabbit. Yeah, but I need it for the rebellion.
Do you now? You know, you were a pretty fine fighter before you were wielding a demonic decoration.
Oddly, the sword wasn't whispering at him to kill Lupino. Up ahead in the mountains, there was a peaceful spot. If he could rid himself of his burden anywhere, it was there. There was an inscription, no spitting.
There we go. Better style points. Okay. Ooh, 4 more ore, then I could upgrade the Void Sword, and that's all my equipment upgraded. Okay.
Feel so close to you.
Okay. Where am I supposed to go? This way? Yeah, here we go. Slow should be just about over.
Sorry, mustache. Thought Bernardo.
Bernardo thought he would make a difference, snatching the Iblis stone before the Emperor could get it. That it would destroy him. Zenobia and Lupino, they were both trying to save him. Peace. That was what he needed.
Dash through enemies. That's one. Increase sword energy. No, I want more stamina.
So much for peace and quiet. There was Lupino. Again.
You're stronger than some dumb rock,
Lupino said.
let's just bury it. And no one will ever find it again.
Bernardo could feel the spirit energy of all those dead ravens inside him, pecking away. The rabbit was right. Even if the rabbit was a traitor, he was still right. He tore the Iblis stone from his gauntlet and threw it into the hole Lupino had dug. The stone was silent. Probably sulking.
Now whoop those Imperials, said Lupino.
Are you coming? I know I can't come with you. It's my old injury, you know. Recently, it's been acting up terrible. I'd be no use to you at all. So Renato boarded the Farfarer alone. Renato felt lonely on board the Farfarer. How could his old friend Lapino, miraculously escaped from the Empire, leave him to face the final battle alone? Well, he'd abandoned Lapino before, hadn't he? It was only fair. And of course he felt lonely. He'd given up the Iblis Stone and all the souls he fed it. Of course he felt alone. But he had done the right thing. It had been hard to do, but there was no better feeling than that. Zenobia would be so proud of him.
Okay, so this is gonna be the bad ending. Actually, it seems like...
The battle, alas, was not going well. He no longer had the stone, and he'd never gotten the core. Lapino wasn't with him, and he was up against Zenobia, out there somewhere, maneuvering the Emperor's forces. The rebels had been outnumbered from the start, and he still had that aching longing for the stone. But that is what it means to be a hero. He would fight his way to Zenobia. He would show her what he was capable of. Just him, with no diabolic accoutrements. He would win, no matter the odds.
Burned.
All right. Just tear through this.
This is quite the view, he thought. Yes, that was it. Pirouette, slash, parry, dodge. Renato had never done such good work in a fight. He wished the poets were allowed to sing of his exploits for his old age. Maybe he wouldn't have to kill Zenobia. Maybe he could defeat her and take her prisoner. Then he could turn the tide against the Emperor. If she wasn't crowned princess, once this was all over, she'd have more time for him, right?
Okay, here. That here.
Whoa, personal space.
All right. Got through without getting shot that time. Final arena. Yep, my control's getting slow too. So this is the perfect perfect time to stop. Alright, let's see what's different about this ending now. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Lapino. He's gonna have the rock and he's gonna be all bloodthirsty and become the new emperor.
By some miracle, Renato fought his way to the Emperor's ship. He was exhausted, bleeding. but he'd found the strength to reject the stone. Zenobia came out of the ship. "Reynardo!" she shouted, and then she fell down and died.
There it is.
Lapino was behind her, wielding a sword that seemed to suck all the light out of the sun. "You idiot! You threw the stone away!" cried Lapino. "You said it was evil." "It hates sanctimonious prigs like you," laughed Lapino. "We're having a grand old time." Reynardo turned and ran. But no matter where he ran, Lapino jumped in front of him until Reynardo was cornered. "That boy could hop. You wouldn't do this to an old friend, would you?" cried Reynardo. "You mean this?" said Lapino, as he slid the sword into Reynardo's guts. "Damn it! Again?"
And once
You
again,
should go back to some of the
Lapino
choices he'd faced before. Maybe there were new paths that had opened up, like those doors he was opening up all over the map that took him to new treasures and around his enemies. And he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome.
Okay. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. This has been Stories, The Path of Destinies. Unfortunately, I did not find the true path to the true ending, which is unfortunate. I'm still deciding if I want to continue this game next week or dive into another game for my backlog next Sunday. I do want to see what the true ending is, so maybe I'll just like play off stream, record it, and put it up on YouTube or something like that. I haven't decided yet, but yeah. As my good friend Stefanoids would say, if you've made it this far, thank you so much. You can find me on most social media platforms at Jordan is a Bear. And you can find me right here on twitch.tv/JordanIsABear every Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and Saturday and Sunday at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can also find me on twitch.tv/LRC Podcast every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yes, you are correct. Today is Sunday. That means I'll be on twitch.tv/LRC Podcast tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, where we will be playing Overcooked 2. I've never played it before. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's fun. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. So that's it for me today. Yeah, so thank you everyone that stopped by. Shout out to Cartoonic21, my good friend Shane. Shout out to Stefanoids. Shout out to GG Bevan. I seen you lurking here this whole time. Thank you for that, Bevan. I really do appreciate it. Bevan, before I actually started streaming today, I was watching. I got to your stream like right when you were ending it, and I was sad because I wanted to see you play some F-Zero, but maybe next time. All right, guys, that's it for me. I am very hungry, and I'm just ordered some food, so that's going to be here pretty soon. I hope you guys have a wonderful Sunday, and if you're not into Overcooked, or we might even play Red Dead Online on twitch.tv/LRC Podcast tonight. If you're not into that, I'll see you right back here on Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for more Dark Souls 2. Saturday, we're doing more Guilty Gear Strive or Melty Blood type Lumina, and Sunday will be another game for my backlog. So, I'll see y'all then. Bye.